Ria TV, True FM.
Say Ria TV, True FM.
On Ria TV,
into True FM 96.1.
what's the meaning of the black barrier?
The black barrier is to tell Joseph Bakala if you don't organize yourself in a respectful manner, we'll take your paper.
You might say what you want to say, but for us, we are here to make sure we build our country, that we are respected. We have donors that are coming because of the confidence.
Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to the closing argument. Today is February 10th, 2025, and we have a special edition of the closing argument. We have as our guest tonight will be the mayor of Trenton, New Jersey, Mayor Reed Garguah, and the police chief, Chief Stephen Wilson, as well as the assistant director of public works, Mr. Hector Weah. To be our guest tonight, we'll be discussing about ICE enforcement and President Trump's recent order for deportation. They will be giving us some perspective about what the city of Trenton is planning to do to help Liberians and other foreigners that's involved, how to guide them, how to help them to know their rights and what can be done, what precautions to take, and how they plan to go about ensuring that people are protected, the rights are protected. So we have invited Mayor Reed Garguah, the mayor of Trenton, and his police chief, Steve Wilson, as well as the assistant public works director, Hector Weah. They will be our guest tonight. So as soon as I see the mayor is already seated, I'm still... once I get signal from the other guests, we'll be bringing the mayor in, but we'll give them the next at least 3 minutes, and then we'll get the guests on. In the meanwhile, we are getting all set for this special program tonight, and we hope to have a very good program. Guys in studio, please make sure you got your phones, your phone set. I have to use my number today because for local numbers to call in the U.S. But let's have a good show tonight and ensure that's always well. As I said, the mayor is seated already, and in the next 2 minutes, I'll be bringing the mayor in. I see the police chief is also seated, and as soon as in the next 2 minutes, we'll be bringing in our guests. The mayor of Trenton, Mayor Garguah, and police chief, Mr. Wilson. We're also waiting for the assistant director for public works, Mr. Hector Weah, to join us too. But guys, share the show on your pages, on the various chat rooms. Share the show, please. It's a very important show. We can get a lot of information tonight from these elected officials, elected mayor, and also this appointed police chief. So let's make it our duty to share the show and have a great show tonight. So without wasting time, I will have to bring the mayor in. And yes, good evening, Mayor Garguah, and as well as the police chief. Good evening, Mr. Wilson. You guys can hear me? I think you guys are muted. We can't hear you guys. Okay. I don't think the mayor can hear us. Chief Wilson, can you hear me? Well, I can't hear you guys. You guys are muted, I think. I'm not hearing you. Mayor Kasura, can you hear me? Chief Wilson, can you hear me? But I cannot hear you guys. Maybe you guys want to go out and come back in, maybe, and see what happens. Henry, you guys can hear me? You guys can hear me in studio? You guys in studio? Myean, you guys can hear me?
Hear you.
Okay, I hear you now. You guys can hear me, right?
Yes, I'm getting you. I thought I was seeing the guest. Where are they?
Yeah, I think it went back to come back inside.
Oh, okay. Good to see you. How you been keeping? How's the weekend?
Not bad, my man. We're gonna I was on my phone, so I was frustrated.
Yeah, I tried reaching out to you, but then I was not getting you. And that was on Friday. People started asking, "Oh, what's going on?" The argument, and then we waited all long. Then
Okay.
we couldn't get any signal.
Okay, Chief Wilson, can you hear me? But can you say something so we find out what we can hear you too? Henry, what happened? I can't hear we can hear the guest.
I'm getting you. I don't know why we are.
I'm not hearing.
Hey, Mark. Maybe it will be a Mark.
Yeah, I'm not hearing the guest. Hector, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I can hear Hector. I can't hear the chief and the mayor.
But Mayor, can you hear them? He can hear you.
Yeah, but I can't
But we
hear
are not getting him.
Mayor, you want to log in again? You want to get out and then log back in?
He just didn't, you know.
Oh.
It's the mute button. Let me see. Hector,
Okay.
nobody.
Yeah. So what happens is that you asking if you having something plugged in the computer. If something is plugged in the computer, the audio will be within. It will not come outside.
But nobody can help the mayor and the chief police boss.
Well, let me call somebody.
You guys, while we're waiting, share the show, please. Share the show, please. Share the show, please.
Get the best of news, views, and entertainment on Truth FM 96.1. Truth FM 96.1, the heart and soul of Liberia. This station rules the nation. This station rules the nation.
You can try again to see if you will get us.
Yes. May you see, right? Can you hear me, right? Yeah, but I just can't hear you. That's why. And Director Wilson, can you hear me too?
So can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh God. How did they join? Oh, when you join it, also asks if you're gonna allow it to use your microphone. So
Yeah, so ask them.
Okay. Yes, I think it'll be much better.
This station.
let me do this thing.
And there's something needs to be done. That's all. I think we're getting some. Hello. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we should be having the mayor of Trenton is already on stage on the platform with the police chief. But just we cannot hear them. We're trying to figure out what's happening. As soon as we can get this going, As soon as the mayor and the chief is set, we'll get the program going. I think they're still trying to figure out how. As soon as the mayor and the chief is set, we'll get the program. Still trying to figure out how.
What's up?
Yeah, let me welcome those who are watching. I see James Jensen from Trenton, New Jersey. Juje Onwe, Usman Ansu, James Abuk, okay, Abu's here. Anthony Gay. Chief Wilson, can you hear me now? But can you speak so I see what I can hear you? We're still not hearing you. Even the mayor. Yes. Mayor Gusura, can you hear us? Yeah, just we can you say something to find out what we can hear you? We're still not getting the mayor and the police chief. But there's something, maybe there's something, is there something plugged in the computer that stop? I don't know. That's not my era, so I can't talk much in that, but. Okay, so let's welcome some of the guests. I mean, those who are watching live. And I can see Eugenia, I see Chelsea, Anthony Gay. Lofa, you the computer man, can you help? I will help the mayor and the police chief, please.
Yeah, so chief, one thing I sense here is that you just take the jack from that thing, the earphone you're using, you could probably take it and open the mouth will stay hearing. Better still, the jack you're using, if you plug it to the wrong era, it will not be giving any Apple, will not hearing. So you got to verify that very, very keenly. If you put a jack to the wrong place, will not be getting what you'll be saying. It will be like holding the
professor can help us. Professor, we can hear the mayor and the police chief. Please help us. Please, perhaps, can you help guide them, perhaps? Prof. Kennedy, how are you? Welcome.
Hey, good afternoon, Chief. How are you doing, buddy?
Fine. The mayor and the police chief, they've been on, but then we cannot hear them. They can hear us, but we can't hear them. I don't know what's going on.
They probably need to change the settings on the microphone. So if they click the gear icon on the bottom of the screen, if you click the gear icon, you will see where it says settings. So if you go to settings on the left panel, you will see camera, you will see audio. So you need to select audio. And then where it says microphone, you would click the drop down arrow. And you may need to play with it, switch it around and then say testing so we can figure out which one of the connectivities on your device actually works.
Hello?
Okay.
There you go.
Hey, Professor. That's our professor there.
I'm in Hector's office.
That's the professor there. Oh, so the mayor is okay. But it's good to have the mayor on, the police chief from Trenton. I want to welcome the
Your telephone book.
So they can try the same thing over if the police director, if Director Wilson can click on the gear icon at the bottom of his screen. You see the gear icon says settings. Okay, so once you're on settings, if you look on the left panel, you will see 3 choices: camera, audio. So select audio. And then in the first drop-down box where it says mic, you'll probably need to click it down and then test each one. So you probably have it set to default right now. So if you click each one down and then you say something, we'll be able to verify whether we can hear you or not. So if you select one that says microphone, yeah, say hello, still nothing. Okay. So I'm guessing you're on a Windows device, right? Yeah, you're probably on a Windows device. So on the lower left corner where you see a little search box, if you click in that search box and type microphone, so we need to see if your microphone is actually turned on. So if you type microphone, it should probably open up a window on your computer and then show you whether your microphone is actually turned on. You probably see a toggle button. Still no luck.
Does this chair lift up? Hector? Oh, much better, yeah.
okay. I think the mayor's there now.
Probably was on a high chair.
Okay. You can start. Okay. I think the mayor can hear us now, right?
Yes, I can hear you.
And the police chief, Chief Wilson, can hear us too.
So
just
Chief
can't hear.
Wilson, if you look in the chat, there's a private chat on the screen. I don't know if you can see it. If you can see the private chat, if you click in there, you can probably just shoot me an email. I can connect with you and do a screen share. So you can click on that link. It's going to automatically open Outlook on your computer. Or you can just copy it and paste it. Yeah, if you send me an email, I can connect with you and we can fix your device right away. Can you just right click on my name, select copy link, and then open up Outlook and send me an email? Or you can type your email in there and I can send you an invite. We hop off this meeting, hop into an invite, and I can take a look and fix your machine right away. So yeah, just type your email in the private chat.
So while you're working on it, we can. We can get started while you're working on that.
Yep. Let me just make an introduction.
Okay.
And then I'll sit right here and make an introduction, and I'll put it back on you.
Okay. Oh.
Okay, we can get started, right?
Hello?
Okay, Hector, you guys ready, right?
Someone can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. So we'll get started again. Make an introduction, then we can get started.
Where's that?
Are you in the back room still?
No. Oh, how did I get back in the back room? Yeah, they put you in the back room. No, you're in the show.
All right, so I'll put that in, I'll use the microphone, and then I'll just turn it over.
Yeah.
That's what I'll do. All right.
We can get started?
Hello?
Unless they put you back in the Hello?
Oh, good. Hello?
Yeah, we're hearing you guys.
Okay, so you guys ready to start?
Okay, so we can start, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, we're sorry for the glitches that's happening, but I'm sure we'll get it fixed. Director Wilson, let me see.
So
how about now?
Yes.
Okay,
Good.
You got me?
Thank you.
Yes, you.
All right, I had to log in on my phone.
Log in on your phone. That's good. So Tony, the mayor cannot hear you right now. I'm using the microphone. I'm just gonna make the introduction, and
Okay.
then I would turn the microphone back over to him, and I'll just follow through.
Okay.
Okay. So, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are around the world, in Trenton, in Liberia, Philadelphia, Lawrenceville, Ewing, Hamilton, everywhere around Trenton. We're here today to address one or two issues that has to do with African community, especially immigrants, relating to to the executive order that just went through from President Trump. So this is our Mayor Reed Garcia of Trenton, New Jersey. Trenton is the capital city of New Jersey, and we also have our police director, um, Mr. Steve Wilson. So Trenton has a population. Trenton, its environs has a population of Liberian alone of about 10,000 or maybe more. We also do have Ghanaians, Nigerians, and a lot of other Africans that live around these vicinities. Um, there are certain issues that have been going on for a very long time that our community have been pleasant with, but with now this executive order, a lot of things have changed and a lot of things will change. So the mayor and the police director is here to address some of those issues and some of the questions and concerns that we have. So some of those things are the free movements of residents. As I said earlier, we do have people in Trenton, Lawrenceville, Hamilton, and other places, but when they have been targeted or been arrested, people will not move as freely as they used to. Next thing is healthcare. Henry J. Austin Hospital have been catering to our folks, be it whether you were illegal or legal, all these things were happening around here. The emergency ward for every hospitals in Trenton and all these places have never denied people based on their their legal documents. So they have always accepted people. With this new order, kids who goes to school and their parents are undocumented face a lot of problems on how they're going to move around. So these are some of the questions that we want to ask. These are some of the things that we want to do. The state of New Jersey have addressed some of these issues in the past. Um, Undocumented person in New Jersey could get state ID, so they could go around freely without fear. Right now, we don't know how it's going to be. So we are here today to just address the rights of people, address how you can carry on with these things if you encounter ICE or our police in collaboration with them, how these things are going to work. The mayor is the best person to talk to. He's also a judge, so he's just not a mayor, but he's a judge as well. So he will be able to expand on all these issues. So, ladies and gentlemen, sit and listen to the mayor as he propound on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Hector. Thank you, Hector. Hector is the Assistant Director for Public Works in the city of Trenton. And it was a pleasure to have the mayor of Trenton, Mayor Garcia, and the police director, Mr. Wilson, on the closing argument. Mayor Garcia on the argument on the show tonight. We have Professor Larry Kennedy, one of our panelists, and also Mr. Abu Kamara. He's based in Liberia as panelist. The rest of the panelists will join us. Chairman Sanvee, Dr. Peabody, and the rest. They will join us later on. Grace, Guar, you name it. Lofa Julius, Garguah, and the others will join us as the show progresses. But for now, we'll get started. And the mayor want to give you an opportunity to give your intro, and while giving your intro, just want to say again, like a lot of immigrants are living in fear since January 20. The executive order came out. People are afraid. People are moving. They have changed their whole lifestyle. But perhaps tonight you may get to understand what's happening and how they should be able to approach and engage the authorities when they come.
Well, thank you, Chief. Trenton has always been a city of immigrants, and we were part of the Industrial Revolution. We had the Roebling factories that made steel wire that holds up the Brooklyn Bridge and the Golden Gate Bridge. So we've always had immigrants coming through our city, and it's no different today. And we, as Hector said, we have a very big, sizable African community. We do realize that people come here to work and they work hard, but sometimes they overextend themselves and they continue to work. That said, it is unfortunate. We have a new change in the federal administration with President Trump, and more so than ever, ICE is in our presence, and immigration authorities. And it's important to, there's a distinction between the immigration authorities, which is on the federal level, and then there are state police, and then there are city police. Our city police are under a directive, the Immigration Trust Directive, that we are not readily cooperating with ICE unless we are asked to do so. And so far, there's been reports of ICE indeed coming into Trenton, but with our discussions with them, they are only coming for those that have a criminal record. They are not rounding up migrants. They are not going into the schools. They're not going into places of employment. So I think the important thing is that everybody calm the waters down and realize that at this moment, under the Trump administration, ICE is only looking for the bad guys. And there is in the city a lot of concern about the bad guys taking advantage of the migrant population. So we ask everybody to remain calm, and we are not seeing ICE come through our city as feared.
You're on mute, Tomalin. Chief, you're on mute.
So thank you. Okay, thank you, Mayor. My second question, my second question is that, so what's the standing order now in the city of Trenton concerning the immigrants, like those who are undocumented? If they are approached by ICE, what should they do? What should be the procedure? What should they do?
Well, it's very important to know your rights, and that unless ICE has a warrant signed by a judge, there is no, you don't have to cooperate with them, but they would need a judicial warrant to remove you. The other thing is, I know of instances where they have gone into houses that have immigrants, and they're looking for specific persons right now, and they're not bothering other hardworking citizens or migrants or undocumented citizens. So I think it's important to remain calm, not to fight back, or but know your rights. Also, make sure that you keep a connection between relatives at all times to know that if ICE does approach you, you'll have a person of contact, and whether it's a lawyer or a church official or someone else, that if you do get confronted with ICE, you will have a contact with someone else, whether it's your family member or clergy or a lawyer that could help you get out of any entanglement that may come up.
Professor Kennedy?
Yeah, thanks so much, Mr. Mayor, for being here, as well as Director Wilson. Really appreciate you guys coming here and sharing valuable information for our compatriots. I think, the Mayor, you made an important point when you say know your rights. So individuals stopped by ICE, they still have the right to remain silent. Is that correct?
That's one of the basic tenets of American jurisprudence, is that you have a right to remain silent. You don't have to volunteer any information. And the only time you would have to is if they had a judicial decree that they actually went into court and got a judge to sign a warrant for your arrest. Other than that, we do understand that there are ICE agents that try to approach citizens and non-citizens alike. You don't have to cooperate unless they have a judicial warrant. And I think
it's like a misconception out there that if ICE were to stop you and ask you for your citizenship or your immigration status, that by law you're mandated to answer that question. But I'm getting the clarification that's not the case.
Yeah, and it's also important to distinguish between a federal agent and a local agent. We want migrants, particularly who are involved as victims in crime, to cooperate with the local police. We don't ask you your citizenship status. All we want to know is how we can do to protect you, whether it be a victim of domestic violence or a robbery on the street. But our local police are not there to turn you into federal law enforcement agents. We're there to protect and serve the people who live in the city of Trenton.
And I think I'll direct this final question over to the director. Are there some legal ramifications? Say, for example, in fact, let me just qualify that. Are the police officers in Trenton, are they working in tandem with ICE? Are they working with ICE to enforce the executive order, or are we looking at two separate entities who may be cooperating but not actually doing the work of ICE agents?
Okay, so how this works, under New Jersey Attorney General Grubel, he came up with the Immigrant Trust Directive. Okay, that stopped local law enforcement and any law enforcement in the state from proactively participating in any operations with ICE. For instance, when I was a young officer on the job working with Vice, we actually did operations together. Those operations targeted human trafficking and things like that with the brothels in the city and with some of our bars. So those operations stop under the Immigration Trust Directive. So currently, under the directive, and I'll read it right from a summary. New Jersey police officers cannot stop, question, arrest, search, or detain any individually based solely on actual or suspected immigration status. We cannot ask the immigration status of any individual unless doing so is necessary to the ongoing investigation of a serious offense and relevant to the offense under investigation. Cannot participate in ICE civil immigration enforcement operations. Cannot provide ICE with access to state or local law enforcement resources, including equipment, office space, databases, or property. That, in a brief summary, is what the Trenton Police or local police cannot do with regard to ICE and enforcing immigration laws. However, if there is exigent circumstances such as anything life-threatening, then we would act, as police officers of the city to protect life. And there's certain information when requested that would involve serious offenses and or crimes. If we had that information, we'd be obligated to provide it. But that's pretty much the extent of what local law enforcement can do, or even the county or state when it comes to ICE and their operations. And that's because of the Immigrant Trust Directive, which you can, if everybody's prepared to write this down, I'll give you the website that it's on, and you can read it for yourself. And it's at nj.gov/trust. And it gives a brief summary of it, and also you get to read the actual Immigration Trust Directive. And in a brief summary, it goes over what New Jersey correction officers can do, what New Jersey prosecutors can do, and other New Jersey law enforcement agencies, what they can and cannot do, and how they can help and how they're restricted. So, no, to answer your question, we are not involved actively in any of the ICE operations that are going on in the city of Trenton. I will regurgitate a little bit of what the mayor said, that there has been ICE operations in the city, and when they have encountered those who were not involved in criminal activity that do have undocumented status, they have simply let them go and gone after the targets of their investigation, which are those who are involved in your major crimes, such as the sex crimes, robbery, domestic violence, aggravated assault, weapons offenses, and things of that nature. And obviously those who have already received deportation orders and are involved. And how it affects our city is we have certain persons that have arrived in the city that are ill-natured and involved in gangs. And just for instance, from the Dominican Republic, we have the presence of the Trinitarios, not to be confused with the Trinidad de Nicaragua from, they have a problem with that in California. Also an MS-13 presence here in the city. And these are the folks that I think that ICE is concentrating on, that are involved in that. Now, mind you, we do have some of our homegrown Trentonians have joined these criminal organizations. And as they commit crimes, the Trenton Police Department is working hard with our law enforcement partners to solve and take those into custody who are involved in this type of criminal activity. We're always going to do that. In a way, as long as ICE is targeting those that are involved in these type of activities, it's actually kind of a good thing for the city because it removes dangerous people away from the community that we're talking about right now, because what they've been doing is preying upon the community of immigrants. And so we need to stop that and support that. As law enforcement, I can tell you that's my goal, is to make this a safer city for all of our communities here in the city.
And let me ask you a quick follow-up. Are you experiencing any situation of people impersonating ICE officers?
No, but it's interesting that you said that, because I think I saw something, somebody down south did exactly that. The closest we've gotten to that, and I think it was actually the mayor's driver was working a side job for security for a particular venue here. And they saw him in uniform, and automatically it went out on the internet, on social media, that ICE was raiding this store, and that wasn't the case. It was just it was a Trenton police officer providing security for that store, and it was misconstrued on our social media. So we have to be very careful about stories that are false, that are out there. I'll give you another example. In South Trenton a couple weeks ago, state police and the Trenton police were involved in a car chase with a stolen car. There was 5 persons taken into custody, and that was put out on social media as an ICE operation and an ICE raid. And it really wasn't. It was just the state and your local police, Trenton police, doing their job to make the city safer and taking into custody some folks that stole a car, and they had some guns on them. So we have to be careful about that. Another report was that at our Trenton area soup kitchen, that ICE was doing raids over there, and that was completely false. And when these type of stories get out there, it interrupts commerce. It stops our kids from going to school, because parents get worried that the kids are going to get picked up in school and, things like that. Well, we need to have our children going to school, because that's why folks came here, so their kids can get a better education, and we can't keep them out. So these false narratives, I ask everybody to help us only report that which is factually true in the city of Trenton, and don't put out these scary stories. The mayor and I were at a meeting, and a store owner said, something like he hadn't had a customer in a couple of weeks or something, because his clientele was mostly Hispanic, and they were afraid to come out. We have to patronize our stores, because what if that 2 weeks turns into 3 weeks, turns into 4 weeks, he has no customers? He still has bills to pay, or his business is going to close. So when we don't do things that are normal for us to do, like go out to a cell phone store and buy a new cell phone, or send our kids to school, and adults go out and do your shopping where you need to go shopping, that hurts the community, that hurts the city of Trenton. And so we I know people that have fear in them, but as far as I know, and the mayor, ICE is doing in the city of Trenton exactly what they said. They're going after the toughest of those criminals, and not just folks that may be undocumented at this time. Will that change? I don't know.
Yeah, Chief, can I ask a final question to the mayor, if that's okay with you?
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, do you guys have a website or a list where immigrants can maybe, a list of nonprofit organization, right? Nonprofit immigration groups, like maybe some Catholic charities and stuff that can help people who are having, who are concerned about this whole immigration bit. Anything that Trentonians can look at on the internet?
Yes, Catholic Charities is one of them. There's a New Jersey pro bono legal services resources. There's El Centro for Hispanics, Lutheran Social Ministries, and New Jersey chapter of the National Lawyers Guild. So there are plenty of immigrant advocates out there. You could Google immigrant advocates online. But there are people, American Civil Liberties Union is another one, that are all watching for this. I know the Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman, who represents the 12th Congressional District. She has put out flyers about Know Your Rights. The city of Trenton has put out statements. So there are plenty of resources out there. The important thing is that that immigrant trust directive applies to all New Jersey police departments. And so we really want people to cooperate with the local police. They're not allowed to get entangled with ICE unless it has some crossover criminal purpose. And many migrants here are working hard. We want them to continue to take part in the community, to continue their jobs that they have, and also to make sure that their children go to school. It would be the most unfortunate circumstances where a migrant family kept their kids out of school for some fear that ICE would be raiding the classrooms, and that's just not the case.
Okay, Director Wilson, per police data, since criminals have been targeted, what's the percentage of Africans in those conditions that?
So I actually don't have that number, and I don't think that number is especially high in the African community that's here in the city of Trenton. I know that ICE is operated mostly in the Hispanic areas of the city at the moment. But overall, we as a police department, I could tell you that we don't have a lot of crime happening in that community, so to speak. And if it is, it's going underreported. But I don't think that in our African community, the Liberian community, we have a lot going on.
So, activity. Has ICE asked for any list of criminals or the court system? Have they requested for lists of criminals or in the court system or from the?
They haven't requested anything like that from us. As far as the courts, I don't think so, but I wouldn't have any knowledge of that. Mostly, if there are any criminals that qualify under what they're doing right now, we would more be contacting the prosecutor's office to detain, and the county workhouse where they might be detained. But from us, they requested nothing from us at the moment.
Okay, and for the mayor, if President Trump rules of targeting criminals were to change and become more broader, how would the city handle? How would the city of Trenton handle that?
Well, we have no obligation to help out the Trump administration, but again, if they were here to pick up gang members or persons that robbed people, we're certainly not going to object to that. But personally, I didn't vote for President Trump, and I think that the country would have been better off with with Kamala Harris. But that's either here or there. We're going to have to ride it out. But we have a sizable African community right behind me, Hector. We wouldn't want anybody to take him away from us because he does a lot of hard work. He spent the whole last 24 hours plowing snow in our streets and making sure that our roads were clear. So we have Africans that are hardworking, that they're in the city of Trenton. They take part in the community. They also do a lot of social safety work for us. The churches are active. But the worst thing we want to do is to cause panic and fear throughout the community.
Oh, okay. My last question before I go back to the professor, since I'm out here right now. So is Trenton considered a sanctuary city?
In 2005, our city council passed a resolution declaring us a sanctuary city, and that has not changed. So I guess we are still in that status. And that means that we want to assure the community that we're here to help and serve, and that we really need them to cooperate with police, especially when they're victims of crime. We want to solve crime, and if we don't want to push people back into the shadows.
Okay.
Go
ahead, bro.
Director Wilson, people are nervous about this whole this executive order. Well, I take it back. People are scared about this whole executive order and what's going on. What would you recommend people should have, like a game plan? If you're in this situation where maybe you're going through the process of adjusting your status, or maybe you have some concerns that you have U.S. citizen children, but you yourself do not have that legal status. What should someone have as a game plan? Like maybe have an attorney's phone number or something like that. What would you recommend? You from law enforcement background, as a game plan in case someone were to be picked up by ICE.
Well, I think the mayor hit the nail on the head a couple of minutes ago, where they should contact these agencies that are available for immigrants now to put together a game plan. I wouldn't begin to give out legal advice as the police director, but I can maybe steer folks in the right direction to seek out legal advice rather through those agencies that the mayor talked about a little while ago.
And Mr. Mayor, one thing that tends to catch a lot of people, and I've been looking at some immigration, been doing some readings and stuff, way in the past, back when, even way back when President Reagan first had that amnesty program, try not to date myself. But I think there's a specific line in immigration law that has to do with something called crimes of moral turpitude. It seems so vague. And I think some other people mentioned that it was written that way just to confuse people, or it was kept vague. So someone caught for shoplifting could someone like that be potentially removed? Would it be equal to someone who committed like a class A, like a felony or something like that? I mean, what's this whole bit about moral turpitude? I'm hearing a lot of people concerned about that.
Well, first of all, they did pass that Lincoln Act that would even include shoplifting as a basis to pick somebody up. But you also have to be realistic. The federal government does not have the resources to pick everybody up that they possibly would want. So right now they are concentrating on those that are are committing those class 1 felonies, so whether it's murder, robbery, domestic violence, sexual assault, endangerment of a child. That's all they have resources for. So Congress would have to appropriate a lot more money to the Trump administration. Not saying that they wouldn't, but they don't have the resources to just round people up. And then they also don't have the detention centers either. Not that they aren't trying to acquire them, but for now, I would just urge people to go about their business. And you can't live in fear. That would be the worst thing. But know that our local police are there to protect and serve our citizens and non-citizens alike. But the federal government just does not have the resources to realistically take in whoever they want.
Do you see some sort of I'm sure there will be an economic impact to Trenton, because I think based on what Director Wilson mentioned, some people may be afraid to go out to the store for fear that, they'll be picked up by ICE. People may be afraid to go to work for fear that they'll be picked up by ICE. Are you concerned in terms of like a downturn in economic activities in Trenton?
Yes, especially since President Trump has still not brought down the price of eggs. The economy there is a lot of concern, but I would say there's sanctuary cities even in red states, because they still want to get their lawns done. They still want to get the restaurants the back kitchen crew working. So there is a migrant economy out there that, if disrupted, it's just going to cause more inflation. And a lot of migrants take the jobs that Americans don't want. They pick the fruit on the farms. They do a lot of manual labor, and so if that is disruptive, then President Trump will never get the price of eggs down.
Yeah, before I turn it to Chief, I want to say big thanks to Mr. Hector. This is so informative. I have a ton of friends over in the Trenton area who are messaging me, who are watching the program right now. A lot of their fears have, been somewhat eased, especially the part expressing or informing them of their rights, which is important to understand. Then the list that the mayor just offered in terms of the nonprofit organization, the Catholic charities, and others that can help. So, Mr. Hector, thank you so much for organizing this, bringing us Director Wilson and the mayor here. Very, very, very big thanks to you, sir. Back over to you, Chief.
Yes, thank you. Before I go to Abu, who is in Liberia, let me just say, the mayor and the director of police, they are very busy people. They work 24/7 around the clock, so they don't have much time with us. So we'll be taking some questions, some calls, and after Abu's question, taking some calls. You can call. Just get ready to call. The number will be 856-676-5136. So get your calls ready. As soon as the Abu asks his question, we'll be going to the phone lines for people to take part in the program. Abu, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Tomalin. Greetings to Heton and greetings to the director. I'm kind of thrilled to be on a platform, sharing a platform with you. Your being here, I think it is something to applaud. Being a Liberian and having my relatives in the U.S. who greatly empower economy by sending remittances. So when these kind of things is happening, I think it is incumbent upon people, like Tomalin, who have already brought you guys here. But my question quickly, as it was stated by President Trump, the president's statement is
how are you breaking up?
You as an
he's having connectivity issues.
Yeah, maybe he could type the question in the comments, and then we'll be able to read it.
Yeah, okay. I
wasn't able to catch the question, but if he could put it in the chat box, that would.
Yeah, I will type the question.
Why is
Abu, you're breaking up. So,
we are ensuring that.
Abu, your question is not coming in, so you can type it and it will answer the question. So as I said, let's go to the phone lines. We have two numbers. The one in the U.S. This is the one. You can call this number, and the one in Liberia. So you guys who in Radio Land who want to call to ask the mayor and the director of police questions, you can call these numbers now. Abu, you're breaking up. So that the mayor asked that you could type the question so he could read it. They could see it from there. But you're breaking up. You clear now? So you can call this number if you want to take part in the program. As I said, the mayor.
Okay. But you getting me?
Yeah, we hear you now. So ask the question.
Yes, I see. Let me first extend my profound thanks to the two of you for coming on the show. You're being here. I think all of us as a Liberian, both in the diaspora and in Liberia, should be appreciative of your being here. My question quickly, as an advocate group, also priority is to ensure that people who deserve right be given the right. Why are some of the steps we are taking to guard illegal immigrants in the U.S.?
Well, what we're doing is getting information out to help the immigrant community, and we're also our director reached out to ICE just to find out, just to keep the lines of communications open so that we could assist where we can, and the most important takeaway is that people have a network that they can keep in contact with, especially if they have children here. You want to make sure that the children are taken care of. But it is very important to have a plan and have numbers of where you can call to get help.
Thank you so much. But trust me, I appreciate the two of you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to the phone lines. You can call if you want to call to ask the mayor, director of police question. You can call 856 if in the U.S. 856-676-5136, and for local numbers in Liberia, the guys can put it on the screen. As I said, they don't have much time. They work 24/7 around the clock, and so they just took some of the time to be with us. So if you want to call in now, because in the next few minutes we'll be taking leave of us.
Okay, and better still, when you're in Liberia, you want to call 0777-017-635, 777-017-635, 077-7017-635 is the number for you to call, and you want to talk to the team right there on the closing argument on Truth FM 96.1. Better still, for those of you following online, +231-7770-17635 is the number to call, and then you're going to be live here. 777-017-635 is the number to call
so
here.
while waiting for calls, Mayor,
yeah.
when you get a call, let me know. While waiting for calls, Mayor, I learned that you have a trip to Liberia pending. Are you still going to Liberia?
Yes, we're planning on it. We were actually working with the mayor of Monrovia. One, we want to open up a sister city relationship, but two, we want to retire one of our old fire engines and ship it over to Monrovia. Understand that they're in need of fire rigs, and we want to donate one. But we're waiting for the supply chain to open up that we can get our new fire truck, and then we're going to donate the old
Okay, we
one.
got a call, right? Let's get to the phone line to the very first caller. Name from where you joining us?
Hello?
The name from where you joining us?
I'm definitely calling from. Yeah.
You calling from where? Okay, from Fena. Go ahead, make your point.
Okay.
No, we are not getting you. You coming in broken. Can you find out? No, Kehleboe, when I get to you, have to change your location and call back, please. 077701763 777017635. When I get to you, have to change your location and call back so that we'll get a question because they'll have to respond to what you are saying.
Or if they get
17635 is the number to call, and they're going to be live here to talk to the team. To this caller, and if from where you joining us?
Yes.
Okay, you are sounding much better. Go ahead.
Hello?
You are okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Donald Trump is taking our citizen to come back to Liberia. What is the criteria he's using? Because most of Liberia is legal citizen American are working. So what the criteria is using to send our citizens back? That's what I want to know.
Okay, you want to know the criteria Donald Trump is using to send Liberian back because they are working there. They are working people. You want to know the criteria using. Okay, we'll respond to you. Thank you. Thank you so kindly. 777017635.
Go ahead, caller.
777017635.
Hello and good evening to the panelists and the contributing individuals on the show, the major and the police chief. So my question is, people are already terrified with dealing with ICE, and we know there are some rights that we are given. A majority of the individuals probably don't know the rights. So where do we draw the lines if or you encounter one of these ICE officials and they ask or whether you have a warrant, and they say yes, they have a warrant, and we are told that it should be signed by a judge. How do we know it's signed by? And where do we move after the ICE officials are still pushing to get hold of these individuals? Where do we stop? And with our rights.
Well, they have to show you the warrant, and yes, it is true that you could probably forge anything, but that's again to know what a warrant looks like, to do some research. But if it isn't a valid warrant, then they can get in trouble for misappropriating a government document. So the best is to make sure that it is actually signed by a judge. Make sure you get a copy of it. But if they just try to approach you and speak with you, you have no obligation to speak with them unless they do have a warrant that they can present to you.
Yes, okay. Callers keep calling. Mayor, while waiting for calls, let me ask that. I'm interested in that trip to Liberia. What you planning for Liberia? Can you speak more about the trip to Liberia and what's in the package for Liberia?
Well, we have a sizable Liberian community that we've been working with, and our fire director, we're getting a new fire truck for the city of Trenton. So we're going to retire our old fire truck, and then what we want to do is put it on a barge and bring it to Liberia, Monrovia, bring some firefighters over there to help train the firefighters in Monrovia and have a good relationship between Trenton and Monrovia, so that we have good relationships. So as soon as we get our new fire truck, we're going to make arrangements to deliver the old one to Liberia. I'm told by Hector, who knows everything, that we're going to get the new fire truck in May.
Wow, so that's good news for Liberia. Good news for Liberia, and the good that the program is live in Liberia. People are listening to the program all over Liberia, and I'm sure those who hear such a news are happy because we have a lot of challenges with fire in recent times.
We would just ask that a Liberian donate some soccer stars for our teams.
Oh, we got a lot of talented Liberian soccer stars there. I'm sure we identify a lot of
that would be a fair exchange.
Yeah, because the greatest soccer player forever that came from Africa came from Liberia so far, George Weah.
I hope to add a couple of cop cars to that. I'm not promising just yet, but I hope to add some cop cars to that too.
Wow, that's a good one too. Oh, that's a good news. Good. I mean, I'm sure the police inspector general will be happy. I heard he's president in the U.S., so I'm sure he's listening to this program. He'll be happy to hear such a good news that at least there's city of Trenton trying to assist our country, especially our capital city. Professor, you want to add something there too?
No, it's kind of interesting because a lot of these activities were supported through programs done through USAID. There was funding in there for a lot of what, the mayor and Director Wilson planning to do. You could have just reached out to Wilson, get some support to get these things done. But without that support, I'm not sure where, I'm sure Trenton will need some money to help shipping some of those, cars overseas. So where do you go for help, Mr. Mayor?
Well, actually, I'm glad. That's a great question because we have a organization that's dedicated to developmentally disabled individuals. And they actually have established a relationship with the university over in Monrovia to send over nurses. And we have found out that out of an organization of 300 people that focus on developmentally disabled individuals, about a third of their workforce are Liberians. And they're very dedicated to caring for those who are disabled. Now, we understand in Liberia, you only have about a 20% chance of living past age of 5 if you have developmental disabilities. So our organization is called Mercer Arc that has established this relationship. They're actually want to fund the barge that will bring the fire truck over because they're appreciative of the nurses that come over here, and they want to work out an exchange where we can train even nurses who want to stay in Liberia how to care for individuals who have developmental disabilities.
Wow, that is huge.
Yeah, let me appreciate you as a supporter of the government. I'm overwhelmed with the pronouncement you just made that you contemplating on coming to Liberia. As a government, we appreciate you looking into that direction because it's one of the sectors it's one of the sectors that we have challenged. You have been following. Why it's true that you are distant away from Liberia. We've been following horses getting on fire and a brand fire service. It's challenged in terms of making an intervention. But if I may ask, how many fire trucks will you guys be bringing to the country?
Right now, just one, because the city of Trenton is we're a distressed city ourselves, but we're hoping to get one new fire truck, and when we retire that old fire truck, we want to deliver to Liberia. I understand in Monrovia there's only 4 fire trucks, so you have great challenges when there's a fire. And I know that one of the fire trucks is just assigned to the airport. So you have a lot of challenges when there's a fire in the city of Monrovia. So we understand that, and that's why we want to help out. We're appreciative of the hardworking Liberians who do come here, whether it's working on the road department or working in helping developmentally disabled individuals. The Liberian community really counts here, so we want to maintain that relationship, and that's the reason why when we're retiring our fire truck, we're going to send it over to Monrovia.
Thank you.
I see there's a question from Gina Santiago about ICE was picking up people at the food bazaar. That was the place that the director was talking about, that there was a Trenton police officer that was stationed there protecting people at the food bazaar, and it was mistaken for an ICE agent. So it's really important to learn what's the difference between rumors and fact and fiction, but that is not true.
Thank you so much. I'll say again.
Tomani, before we have the last question.
Yeah.
Yeah, when will the delegation be in Liberia to do the presentation of the truck?
Well, Hector just informed us we're getting the new fire truck in May, and then we have to make arrangements to ship the old one over there. And I understand that there's supply chain issues, that we have to get a barge. We have to work out its schedule. Also, Mercer Arc. Yeah, it's estimated that it will take us at least a month to make that exchange.
I mean,
Yes,
I'm
thank you.
beyond excited. Thanks so much to you and your team in the US.
And we
Yeah, so
also want to
again-
bring over some firefighters to because they're going to have to be trained on how to operate that fire truck.
I got another question. Another person calling the line. Go ahead, caller.
Hey, thank you. My name is Emmanuel, calling from Northern Virginia. Are you getting me?
Yeah, go ahead.
So let me say thanks to the mayor and to the director for the information. You see, especially with the issue of the fire truck, we hope that in the future they can do more for us, especially for more for Liberia. Get us at least 2 or 3 more fire trucks. But for now, we really appreciate the one that will be sent there, because we're really in need of it right now. The fire disaster is really killing our people, and when the lack of ambulance is a great challenge. So I want to say thank you to them. And the issue, someone just, I think the director, the mayor, just clarified some question about rumors. Someone posted if ICE were picking up people from grocery shopping centers, and he said that some people are mistaking the police car to be like ICE. Yeah, that's one of the things affecting, especially amongst our community. Misinformation is what affecting us. I think we have to distinguish between the factual news and the fake ones, or else we're going to live in panic, and it's going to cause some people like heart attack. But I want to say thank you for your kindness. Thank you for whatever you're trying to do for Liberia. May God continue to bless you so that you guys can do more for our country. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. And I think
why you joining us? Okay, go ahead. And why you joining us? Prince Mo calling from where? Sorry? Okay, go ahead, Prince.
Yeah, I get one question for the mayor.
Go ahead.
You get me?
Go ahead, Prince.
Yeah. So they won't fire talking about that. And then why it keeps that they are trying to cover their own fire stuff that will retire and then why?
Man. I mean, people do you good and you asking why they're doing that. Oh, fire joy. You have to get a balance before you can release them, man. You should be appreciative.
Put him out. Hello, we got another call on line. Henry, please. Henry. Henry, can you get another call? Go ahead, call.
Okay, man. Okay, my brother. Thank you. 770-17635. 077-017-635.
To you, Mr. Tomalin George, and the entire team.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you live.
Yes, I want to say a big thank you to all of you, and more especially our mayor, Mayor Reed, and the police director, Mr. Wilson. More especially to Mr. Hector Weir for working on this modality to bring a fire truck, a police cruiser, and all of these logistics to Liberia. Your hard work is showing in our community, and I want to thank you so much for everything that you have been doing, Mr. Weir, along with our Mayor Reed. This is very, very commendable. That's the reason why we wanted you as a president of our community. Thank you again, and keep up the good work. And I want all the Liberian people listening today to know that Mr. Hector Weah is doing an exceptionally good job here in the United States, and he's working tirelessly to bring some protective gear to our country. He already worked with our mayor in Monrovia, and they will be in Liberia very soon. Thank you so much, Mr. Weah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hector is our go-to guy. I have him on speed dial, so whenever I want something done, we go to Hector. I call him at all hours of the night, but the other day he did an amazing job making sure that our streets were cleared during that ice storm, and he does great stuff with kids and soccer. He's also a mini soccer star. He does a lot of stuff with recreation, with public works, and now he's becoming a fire expert. So, and he's very fashion conscious as well.
Mr. Mayor, with the last name of Weah, you cannot expect anything less when it comes to playing soccer, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Before I take leave, and I know you guys have a tight schedule, I'm just going to pose one question to the mayor and one to Director Wilson, because I know you guys have a tight schedule. Mr. Mayor, any opportunity of establishing a sister city relationship with the city of Monrovia, whereby you guys can work in tandem? Because I know retired Judge Bill Littlejohn, based out in Houston, he's part of this organization that has sister city relationships with a lot of cities across Africa. So maybe this is something that maybe Hector, your team can work on to set up a sister city relationship for, I guess, intercommerce, different types of relationship to help Liberia out. And then my question to Director Wilson, has there been any rise in anti-immigrant sentiments that your officers have come across over in the Trenton area? So that's my two final questions. And I guess we'll probably start with the mayor, right?
Well, we just hosted the mayor of Monrovia, who came over here about 6 months ago, and we keep the lines of communications open. That's the other reason why we wanted to make sure that we got a fire truck over, so especially with the Trump administration's announcement of USAID being retired, it's going to be up to local cities across America to do their own foreign relationships. And Trenton is certainly one willing to step up to the plate to make sure that we are reaching out to the world and really representing what America should be all about.
Great.
So, as far as the question asked posed to me, no, I don't think there's any rise in anti-immigrant activities in the city. I think all the leaders of all our different communities are concerned with public safety in the city for sure, and I think that's what's paramount, nothing else.
Thank you, sir. That's it for me, Chief. You're on mute.
It's a pleasure having the mayor of Trenton and the police director on our platform tonight. This platform has been monitored across the country. In Liberia, it's live on the radio, and people are listening to you all over Liberia, and also on YouTube and on social media. I want to say special thanks to Hector Weah. Hector is a community leader and a real champion for his fellow Liberians, the citizens that are residing in the U.S., especially in Trenton. And I'm a part of that old timer group, and he's doing an amazing job. And I just hope he had become the president of the community at the time. But again, we just leave it. That's history, but we know. But again, I can imagine what would have happened by now. What would have happened? We have been second to none in the country, because he is a real leader and hardworking young man. So I appreciate him a lot for putting this program together. He's very concerned about his fellow Liberians, natives that are afraid of the deportation order. He's been concerned about that. He's always on the phone with me 24/7, trying to figure out something, and that's how come we came about to this program. And I'm so happy for and appreciate him a lot. And he's always there, like the mayor said, he's on that tone. Seriously, whenever you call him, I mean, that's my only go-to guy to mayor. He's my go-to guy. Yes, whenever I'm in need, I call him and he's there for me. Wherever I'm in, he's there. He's a very, very receptive person, a community person, people's person. I want to appreciate him publicly for all his good things he's doing for our community. But again, if somebody's I think I saw that the Peabody coming. Just to ask, I'm sure you have a question for the mayor before the mayor and the police director leaves. We'll give them just a few more minutes to join them to ask the mayor a question because of somebody leaving. Because the Professor Kennedy said you guys have had later fears a little bit. People have been a little bit worried since January 20th. People's lives have changed. People stop going places, stop going to shopping. And it's good to the police director clarified about that incident that happened because that went viral and people misinterpreted it differently. And it went off. And I'm glad that he's here to then clarify it and give the actual story. And so, but the people that just joined us, perhaps you have a question for the mayor and the police director before they leave. The Peabody?
Yes, good to see everybody. Good to see everybody. Good to see Mayor Reed and the director of police. Good to see everyone. Good to see Hector. My only question is, Mayor, we follow your work, follow your work in the Liberian community. In fact, you attend almost everything the Liberian have. Any plans to go to Liberia soon?
Yes, we're going to deliver a fire truck, and now the police director said he wants to give a police cruiser as well. So we're arranging to get a barge to bring over a fire truck, and really anxious to visit the beauty of Liberia and enjoy not too spicy food, but enjoy Liberian food when I get a chance.
Well, we definitely want to commend you, and especially for the fire truck, because over the last 6 months, or the last month or two, there's been fire everywhere in Liberia, and the fire service have a very limited resources, to even combat fire in that country and stuff like that. One of the areas that Liberia really struggle, Mayor Reed and the police chief as well, is the training of our police. Do you guys, is there any kind of communicate you guys going to sign in terms of bringing support and training of the Liberian National Police,
Yeah, the reason you have sister city relationships is to have that forge close bonds and to help each other out. There are probably things that Liberians come over here and they demonstrate their hard work and they contribute to our city. So there's no reason why we can't go over and contribute to Liberia as well. So it's mutual friendship. And we look to branch out, to get as many friends as we can. And the Liberian community is solid in the city of Trenton, and we hope to forge a better friendship with the motherland itself.
I'm sure the government will welcome the relationship for sister city, and I think they will look up to you and the Liberian in Trenton. Probably over 20,000 Liberians that live in Trenton. I think they will be very, very excited that you can go to Liberia and be part of that. But we want to thank you, Major, for clarifying a lot here tonight, and also to the police chief. Major, I'm gonna say this: I work in Trenton for the state, but I've seen that crime had a little bit decreased in Trenton. I want to commend you guys for the hard work that you guys do.
Thank you.
Someone just joined us, Mrs. Fatima, a resident of New Jersey too. Fatima, yes, we have the mayor and the police director. You can ask a question because there's somebody leaving.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Hi, the Honorable Police Director. It's a pleasure to see you both. Fortunately for me, I'm privileged to be here tonight to make sure that you guys are part of, the team where you're protecting lives and property and safeguarding individuals in the community. I'm one for community policing, and I trust that when the police is involved with the community, I think it yields good results. So I just wanted to know, what are you doing with regards to that aspect, where the community meets the police halfway and they work together to ensure the safety of the community members?
Well, the first thing when I took over as director, I brought back the Citizens Police Academy. And that is us directly interacting with our citizens here. They get to come to school with us, come to our station, and they get to learn about the police department and why we can do some things and why we can't do other things. And they get to learn a little bit about what it is to be a police officer. Also, we reestablished community meetings. I go to meetings every week, just about, and I attend myself. So the community can hear right from me directly, express their concerns, and I can tell them about what the police department is doing, and tell them how good we're doing on some things and things that we can always improve on, and we can always improve. But these are the things that we do for community engagement. I also we got some grants here to help the community. One is anti-violence grant, and that turned into what we call our Trenton Community Street Teams, and these are civilians from the community. Some of them used to be involved in things they probably shouldn't have, but they're not. They've turned their lives around, and through this grant, they interact not as a hand of the police department, but in a partnership with the police department, to take the temperature of different neighborhoods when things are going wrong, when violence increases, to offer services for both victims and offenders, because sometimes offenders are a victim of things that happened to them in the past, which turned them to a life of crime. So our Trenton Community Street Teams, they offered mental health services and mentorship services. They do what we call safe passage by our schools, so the kids can arrive and leave school without any issues. We also partner with recovery advocates, and that was brought here through a grant for opioid recovery, because, as you know, there is a fentanyl issue all across the country, and these are services that we didn't have before, that we do now to interact and help the community. I coined the phrase "help before handcuffs." Now, mind you, that we still have our law enforcement function as well, but the police department, under the mayor, he's allowed me to institute a lot of these areas where we can help. And also, we've recently brought the Arrive Together program to the city of Trenton, and that's mental health experts that go out with my daytime task force officers, and they actively go out and offer services and follow-up services to those who have some mental health issues and need a little helping hand. So the police department is engaged more than just in law enforcement. We are very community oriented now.
Thank you, sir, for such engagement with the community. And I've realized that there are, I have a lot of family members who live in Trenton, and I've seen massive changes in the community. I've even seen one of my nephews, his name is Mamalu Dolly. He's such a strong advocate in educating kids about, street gangs and street violence. So the job that you're doing is reflecting on the community. Thank you so very much for that.
I'm very glad to hear that. We have many partners that make that possible.
Tomalin.
Yeah, you want to ask a question? Go ahead. Abu, go ahead. You need a question? You want to ask?
No, I got it. Deputy 57 boss on the line. He wants to say something to the mayor.
Go ahead.
Okay, the Deputy Fire Service Director for Liberia
Yes.
Fire Service. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Let me say good evening to all the panelists, and let me say thanks to the show this event for my end. And I appreciate each and every one tonight to be on this identical network. You are aware that tomorrow is February 11, and we are preparing to join our counterpart to grace the occasion. So let me say thanks to each and every one. And I'm willing to answer why is on phone. I just tuned in, and I don't know the genesis of the discussion. So
yeah, in my fact, the mayor of Freetown has promised to bring one fire truck to the government of Liberia free of charge.
I didn't hear.
Hello, am I?
Oh, that's good. I appreciate it.
Yeah, go ahead, Chief. Yeah, go ahead. You.
Yeah, let me say it on behalf of.
Okay. As I said, the mayor and the fire chief have been with us for more than an hour.
Go ahead, go ahead. Hearing you, go ahead.
Let me say on behalf of the about Akiva, we would like to extend our thanks and appreciation to the mayor. Just a great thing. And we wholeheartedly I welcome this good news because we are aware that the Liberia National Fire Service is challenged in terms of logistics. And thank God that the mayor thing on the Liberia National Fire Service are donating the one fire truck to our institution. So we highly appreciate, and I will give you all necessary contact number that the mayor can get in touch with us.
All right, Mike. I will get our number. Thank you, brother.
Also, if I may, sorry, sir, if I can just say, Joe Barker Jr. wanted to say something to the mayors, please, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Jojo, you're live. Could you speak?
Oh, okay. All right, my father.
Everybody.
All right, if you don't mind, he's speaking. Hey, Jojo, go ahead. I can hear you.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So I just received a bunch of texts and a bunch of calls that, of course, I'm under attack again on Spoon FM.
No, it's not Spoon. You're not on Spoon. It's closing argument, and we're here. They're talking about the mayors wanted to donate some stuff here. I'm not there.
So I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong platform. But let me just say one thing. Nobody's going to draw me out to be a distraction. Nobody's going to draw me out to be a distraction. I have nothing to do with any of these businesses that I've been accused of being a part of. Nobody is dumb enough to just look at me because of political reasons to give me 50% of their company or any shares. It doesn't make sense. So normally I don't say anything. That is my approach to all that's happening now. I know it's politics. I know it's petty. So normally my approach is to not say anything. And I advise other people to keep their mouth shut and do their job. But I think, when I get friends and family keep on calling me out tonight again, I think just make it clear. This is the first and last time I'm going to say anything regarding this matter. You can continue to dig. You can continue to try to figure out where I'm going. I have a personal life. I'm not a government official. I have a personal life. I don't owe explanations on my personal life when I'm not getting involved in government business, when I'm not getting involved in people's private business, and I'm minding my business. I try my best to stay out of all things noisy over there for my own reason. Number one, I support my father. 100%. And I've told him clearly I'm not going to be a distraction to his government or anything positive in our country. So they can go ahead and stop. They've accused me from everything ranging to importing drugs, to being involved with this and so on. I am involved with none of those things. I would never be involved with any of those things. I would keep my reputation clean. I would keep my hands clean. And that's all I have to say. So you all, thank you very much.
No, but I want you to tell that we have the mayors On this line, we have the mayor and the police chief from Trenton, New Jersey. They are here talking about donating trucks and police cruisers to Liberia. So please tell them thank you for that. That's what I want. I ain't got time for that thing.
Big thank you. I recently saw that we got some new fire trucks in town, and some people try to ridicule them, saying that they were small. But here's the issue: there's no small fire. We've had issues over and over in that country where there's fires, there's no resources to combat them. Any step in the right direction in that country in terms of solving our problems and making the lives of the citizens better is all we need to do.
Yeah.
No matter what the distractions are. So I will say a big thank you. I will add my voice to those of the people who are positive.
Oh God. Are you still there? Sorry. He's having connection issues. So I think he wanted to thank them and add his voice to our voices to thank them very much for helping Liberia. So we'll make the necessary. Yeah, Joe Walker, they can hear you now.
Yeah, no.
But you're breaking, that's why.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll just give them your things, okay? So I think I'll make the necessary arrangements. And if there is anything, if you guys wanted to travel to Liberia or do any of that, I can make the necessary arrangements to get you there to see the government officials that you need to see and do the needful. So whatever you need, I will get in contact with Tomalin, George, and the rest of the crew, and we can reach out to you. So thank you so very much. We appreciate everything that you're doing. Anything Liberia, anything for humanity, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mayor, you get your closing comments, and the police director, Hector, will send us home on it.
Well, I want to thank you for the opportunity to address the Liberian community, both here in Trenton and Liberia and parts elsewhere in the United States. It's really important that we come together as one community. We know we have differences and we have different aims, but I think when we work together, it benefits us all mutually. So thank you so much for inviting me. I enjoyed the conversation, and I look forward to the trip to Liberia with a big fire truck that we're planning to retire.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And Director Wilson?
Yes, also, thank you very much for having the mayor and myself on. It's very important that the public and the community get real and real time and true information. And so that's why I'm so glad that you allowed us to come on your show and share what we know that's going on with the current climate and the current administration. Oftentimes the police departments get a bad rap, and I certainly appreciate any time that open-minded folks give me the opportunity to speak positively about the good things that the police department is doing and law enforcement in general. And we are here to serve all populations in the city of Trenton equally and justly. So thank you very much for having us.
And would not ask Hector to give his, to at least climax it with the mayor and the police director. Hector, he's the brain behind this whole show, and I want to say thank you again, Hector. So you can climax it, Hector. Thank
you. So again, Tomalin, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Tomalin, Dr. Peabody, and the rest of the folks over there. I want to say thank you for allowing us to be here. Thank you as well to our dearest mayor, Mayor Garcia, and our police director, Director Wilson. And I want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to work as an assistant director of public works. But again, we came here about immigration issues. Most of those concerns have been talked about. Immigrants out there, do not be afraid. Go out, do your business as usual. Have no fears. As the police director said, again, the city is open to everybody. Like I said, there's grants out there. Streets team is better if we work with those people. I think he didn't talk about the police recruitment. Police recruitment is open now for everybody. When I mean open now, I mean there's no testing. You can come and join the police department. The fire department is open as well. I encourage a lot of Africans, especially Liberians, to come and join on all these institutions so that we can have a voice. If we don't, do not sit back and complain. Now the opportunity is yours. You don't need to do the rigorous test and be a part of it. As far as the fire trucks and police cruisers and all those things, those are just additional things to this meeting. The traveling have already been planned. There's a delegation I'll be coming to Liberia, and the city mayor was here. We had a discussion. So we wish and we pray that when we get there, the sister relationship that the mayor talked about can be sealed on our arrival. So I just want everybody to be calm and relax. There's a lot of news that goes around, especially on social media, Facebook, and a lot about people traveling and can't get back. But yes, there's a country of laws and constitution as well. Follow the rules. Do not travel out of here with your Liberian passport and want to come back with a Liberian passport when you do have a U.S. Passport. So follow everything to the teeth, and just know, as you said, there's only criminals that have been rounded up, but the city remains a sanctuary city for immigrants. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I want to send a birthday shout out to my daughter.
Oh yeah,
Today her birthday,
Riri.
Riri. I want to say I can't wait to get home to celebrate.
Happy
with you.
birthday, Riri.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Riri.
Riri. All right. Director Wilson, thank you so much for taking all your business schedule, your busy man, and for you to come on this show. I think it's an honor for us, as the chief of police for Trenton. We appreciate everything. Thank you so much, sir.
You're very welcome.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Reed. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
All right.
Everybody have a good night.
Have a
You
good
too,
night.
sir. You too.
Thank you.
What's up, bro? Fatima, break the news now.
I freaking know.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you. He thought that the show I was on. He thought I was on the other people.
Yeah, they call it man. Contrary to this,
I think there might be something about him.
Yeah, we don't gossip.
We don't drag people or blackmail them. No, I understand. But anyway, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me once again. I'm sorry that I was a little bit late because I got late afternoon, evening, news that I was appointed today by the president, His Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai.
Wow.
So thank you. Thank you very much. It will be published tomorrow on the website. What is it called? Executive.
That's what.
Well, yes, but it's you guys always. I mean, I always bring a disclaimer to anything that I do. I say that, as you can see, I'm a lover of this president. I've loved him with all my heart. I believe in his policies. I believe in what he wants to do for Liberia. And when I went to him the last few weeks, and I was there with him, and I saw he made one line, and that line just took over my entire soul. He said, whether anyone likes it or not, Liberia will be transformed and developed. And by Liberians, he will make sure that Liberians are empowered he said, nobody can build your country more than yourself. And I believe in that. And I will join him to work with him to ensure that Liberia is developed. So I'm grateful for him thinking about it today. I told him I wanted to come for 2 months to arrange things, but apparently today Madela Cooper called me and said, Fatima, we have a meeting. You have to be here for, I think we're having something called Morovia Day or something. I think they've been having it for years now, and we're supposed to do that. But I don't know if I don't know if I'll be able to make it for that. But yes, I'm supposed to go back to Liberia to serve my people in my country, and that's all I've ever wanted. So I'm grateful that you guys invited me here. I always feel like I'm in a friendly space when I'm here. The other day, Tomalin thought I was running away from him, but when I was in Liberia, but you know me, I'm one person who never runs away from intellectual discourse. I will always be there. I will stand my ground. I believe in what I believe in. You'll have your say, but I will always have my say too. That's what it's about. It's not about bringing people down, tearing people down, bringing gossip. It's about telling your truth, making sure that people understand what you stand for, who you are, and what you believe in. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to come here and express my truth.
Thank you for using the closing argument.
What's up with Elon Musk? Elon Musk said taking money from us. What? So where the government saying about that?
I alien man. I swear to God, man. We ignoring him first because
but is that publication authentic? Is that authentic?
I don't even know if it's authentic. Let's wait and see because when I was talking to my people today, they never meant that I was asking them about it. I said, I saw on the internet they say Elon Musk. They say, but we get no communication from that. Let you leave our country alone with baking. We know.
I don't think it's authentic. I've checked.
I don't think it's authentic because what they were talking about, I think the Sierra Leonean president, his wife visited, and that's why they were after all day today, and they were trying to have them a luncheon this evening at the president's house. So they were not really concerned. I don't think they're concerned about that.
I mean, I follow.
Let me go take what's
I forgot. But 2 questions. The president, he was not at the airport and he received a mana bill. He did not. He was not at the airport. And then I'm hearing that he's not going to attend the program tomorrow too, the Armed Forces Day program.
Who are you hearing it from?
I heard saw on social media.
So let me ask you. Okay. First and foremost, last year the president was supposed to attend the Armed Forces Day program. You know what occurred, right?
Okay.
And he has guests in the country. He received the guests. So then the president was extremely exhausted. He went up and down, up and everywhere. I never ever go to the mansion to see the president for one reason. I'm telling you, I don't know how he does it. When you go, he got like almost 300-400 people on. How can you see all those people? They got a list of people that he has to see every day. When I went to see him, I had an appointment to see him at the mansion. When I got there, the list was so long. I just went. I would just go to your house and go sneak to see him. That's how bad. And then when you go to the house, the whole Palava hut is full. It's just.
It shouldn't be that way. Now you got people, lieutenants to work.
That's why we really need to sit down and try to do something. Because I think what he wants to do is have an open door policy. He even wanted to open a mansion for young children to just go there and just go research and do things and be there. But it's impossible the way people go to see him. I think we need to actually try to do something about that. But, he says that he's the nation.
Tell us about this government. Why is it that the president have not had a press conference where he sat with the journalists to talk?
Well, the affairs of the country was so dire at the time that he haven't really had the time to do that. He is going to start doing that. I spoke to him about it myself. The president, I think, his grammar agrees. He's able to express himself without any problems. The president, I know your people be saying, oh, he's not in charge. He is in charge. He just had a lot of things on his plate. He's going to make himself available to the country. He's going to make himself available to the journalists. Pretty soon you will see the president having press conferences all around. The president just had a vision. He wants certain things to be done. So when he comes to speak to the people, there were mishaps happening when there were things being arranged, things were not being arranged. So he have decided before he come to address the nation, he believes that if he come to address the nation, he should be prepared and be there. So before he comes, he wants these things to happen. One, president's agenda. The arrest agenda is roads. We want every highway and byway to be paved. One yellow machine in every county. I think our budget was able to pay for the yellow machine that everybody been arguing about, but yeah. So yellow machines. Let me finish now. Don't interrupt. Don't disrupt my thought process.
Okay,
Let me finish.
go ahead,
you ask all your questions. Excuse me. Every major highway and byway will be farm to market turnaround at least in 2 to 3 hours. You go to the farm, you pick up your produce, your produce, and you're able to sell. So those are the things that he's working on. Number 3, I think he's been doing payroll audits. ghost names that were on the payroll. He's cleaned most of the payroll. I know you haven't been hearing about other reports going on. He's waiting for all these, because when we started first, he started with asset recovery, and the way they rushed, they didn't cross their T's and dot their I's. So he wants everything to be done. Even the burning of the Capitol building, the president told all the law enforcement agencies, you need to cross your T's and dot your I's and make sure investigation is properly done. Because if anybody who was caught with their hands in this cookie jar, they will serve time, and they will face the full weight of the law. So he doesn't want anybody jumping to conclusion. So farm to market, rules. He wants to revamp almost all the hospitals in the country and make sure they are fully functional. Like JFK used to be a referral hospital. That's what he said. He said when he was growing up, JFK used to be a referral hospital, one of the most important referral hospitals in the whole of West Africa. He wants to try to get her back up to par. He wants to bring doctors in the country that will train and retrain our doctors, work alongside with our doctors and get them up to par. He also wants to make sure that our youths, they are trained. IT technicians are working across the country. He wants to make sure that's done. He also has this vision where he wants all Liberians, for the wealth of Liberia to trickle down to every single Liberian, even the poorest of people. Tourism, he wants to revamp the whole tourism sector. The next thing he wants to do, working on the Rawa Sports Highway, trying to make sure that tourist area, the road is secure. So those are some of the things that this president is working on, and he will have time to come and address it. I told him, I said, Daddy, you got to come talk to the president. But I'm not afraid to talk to the press. I just want to come to them prepared with all the good things that are happening in the country. So I believe that this president was able to stand as SONA and express himself for an hour, 47 minutes plus, without any kind of mistakes. And so he's able to address the press. He will voluntarily. Let's give him some time and we'll do that. So that's my take.
On the issue of, and then my next, on the issue of corruption. There's a lot of corruption coming up. We just seen that the boss of Nokai was suspended by President Ouattara because, and you were reporting to LSCC today. I mean, what is the government doing? I know they suspended her. That's okay. I mean, that doesn't. But it seems like there's a lot of corruption here, corruption there. I mean. And that's a good approach. He suspended her until investigation are over. But other places, there's still a lot of corruption. What is he doing to get these bad apples from his government?
So this president he has spoken about corruption. He said that corruption would not be tolerated in his government. Well, at the same time, I sat with him before I came and I asked him, I said, there are a lot of things going on. We're hearing noise here and there. And I said, so why you don't fire people? And this is what he said. He said, I can't just hear. He said, government is not run on Facebook. Government is not run on social media. If people, if there is corruption raised by entities or personnel that say that something is happening, will suspend the person pending investigation. And when investigation happens, we'll make sure we take the proper steps to ensure that it never occurs. Because when you show to one person that this thing that you're doing is wrong, and you put the person, you fire that person, other people will get the message that he does not stand for this. In every government, including the United States government, there will be corruption here and there, but it's the stand that the president will take that will make sure that it reoccurs or it doesn't occur. And he assured me that anybody who is caught stealing from the Liberian people will face the full weight of the law. And like I always make a disclaimer, I believe this president, I trust this president, and I believe that he's going to do it. It might not be the time that we expect him to do it as fast as we want, because I want a lot of things done in Liberia faster than the speed of light. But he takes his time, he's meticulous, and he will do what he's supposed to do.
Wonderful. Anybody else got a question? Fatuma, congratulations.
Robert want to ask a question.
On that position, congratulations.
Thank you.
Miss Sister.
So it's great to have you on. I think you should come on offense. The last time I heard someone actually call me, I was at my office, and it said Fatima is on. And by the time I came over here, you had left. But listen, I think you're probably one of the ones that I don't know personally from Spawn that I like, based on what I've heard. But you said something about the corruption. I think Joseph Boakai has been very lenient when it comes to his actions against those who have been alleged to be involved in corruption. There are cases where it has been proved that, of course, corruption occurred, and he's done nothing about it. Now, there's some who, and I will give him credit for the suspension today, and because I don't think the young lady did herself any good anyway, based on her post and response. I read one of the response where she justified a vehicle being purchased at $42,000 for herself and one for operation purposes. We still don't know for a fact how much revenue is being generated from Macau and their contribution to the budget. But how would you respond to those who said that the president, to some extent, he's pick and choose who gets suspended and who he hasn't fired anyone, but he's pick and choose who's suspended, or how he responds to certain, allegations of corruption. Because, for instance, Grisby, a lot of folks see Grisby as a guy who is untouchable, right? His name has been brought up in a lot of different instances where malpractices or the act of corruption has occurred. You have the guy that was involved with the when Amin Modal was forced to resign. Many will argue that he used the money inappropriately to purchase those vehicles, that car for him when it was given for vehicles for the operations of the Ministry of Commerce. How do you respond to those who argue that Joseph Boakai is not serious about corruption, given the fact that he has not acted when it comes to those in his close circles? How do you respond to that?
So first of all, I like I said, I always give a disclaimer. They do have the president's spokesperson to answer most of these questions, but I will tell you that I've sat with that president. I mean, I always tell you guys, I'm not ashamed to say I love this president. He's like a father figure to me. I respect him. I sit with him. I understand his views. This president is he's not tolerating anybody stealing government revenue. There have been a lot of accusations here and there, but there have not been anything proven that these people have been involved directly or indirectly in corruption. The thing about this president, once he hears something, what he does is he suspends the person pending investigation. So I think that's a step in the right direction. I believe what he told me, he was he said, what has always been my philosophy working in government, Fatu? I said, no. He said, I've always managed to separate what was for me and what was for the Liberian people. And so he said, I'm not going to employ anyone. First of all, I think what most people don't understand is that this government was a government put together by collaboration of parties. It's not just a Boakai who put everybody into this government. That's what I want people to understand. So now is the time. Last year, what Joseph Boakai was doing was actually trying to, get his head above water. Seriously, the country was in dire need. The country was in serious poverty. He's just trying to get himself out. So most things were a little bit overlooked, but this president does not believe that anyone should take resources that don't belong to them. This year, you're going to see massive dismissal. You're going to see government rotating people, moving from one entity to the other. Like I said, I'm not the spokesperson for this government. I'm just a lover of this president, and I always listen to his wisdom. He told me, if you're coming to serve the Liberian people, you're coming to serve your country, you are welcome to do so. Before I left from Liberia, he told me, I want you to go to America and pack your things and come back. I want you to come back because I want you to work. But if you know that you are coming here to work for yourself and serve your own purpose and steal from the Liberian people, please don't come, because I will embarrass you. If you're coming to work for the Liberian people, okay, that's something that you should do. So I believe that he actually believes that we should serve our people. We should do justice by our people. He does not believe that people should take what is not theirs. He does not believe that people should go and steal this, that, and the third. I mean, I brought a project in front of him, something that we want to do for the country, to uplift the country. And he said to me, Fatu, we need to raise the money. Where else do you guys expect us to get the money from? We need to raise it. I should have put it in the budget to see if it would be approved. We cannot just take the people's money and put it anywhere. That's how he thinks about this country. So I believe that you will see drastic changes. I believe that this president is working through this collaboration that we have just to make sure that the country did not go back to George Weah and his people. So I beg you, give him some time. You will see changes. You will see drastic changes. Anyone who's caught in the cookie jar, I'm sure this president is going to do due diligence to the Liberian people, and he's going to fire them. He's going to suspend them when the investigation comes that indeed this person did what they were supposed to do. If they were not supposed to do, he will fire them. So,
thank you. I want us to talk about real quick. Is I know that you are aware, and thank God that you, and it's safe to say that you are a diaspora Liberian, right? In 2023, we sent over $800 million in remittances back home. There's no denying the impact, way over the Liberian budget, by the way. There's no denying the impact to the economy that diaspora Liberians have in Liberia. If to many extents, we have been the economic backbone of 85 or 90% of our people back home, because our government, for some reason, has failed to create that environment for economic prosperity. Folks are graduating colleges, universities, lack of jobs. A lot of smart folks cannot get, even moms and pop shops, right? They can't get the kind of loans that they need to expand and things like that, right? And so with this Trump administration, a lot of folks will say these are uncertain times. And a lot of immigrants are looking to their government for guidance, for support. And recently, during a speech at the hospital, the president, in my view, made a statement that did not come off. It's very uncompassionate, right? When he said something about, if you think you're in the States, just sitting there enjoying yourself, you think you're enjoying yourself, I got a message for you, Trump. Trump is coming for you. I found that statement to be very, it wasn't presidential. And some have argued that the president was trying to encourage Liberians in the diaspora that, look, we have one country, and this is a country where no one can deport you from. That message I concur with. But I also believe that a leader can show compassion, can show empathy, can show guidance, because those Liberians that will be deported or that are affected by this nonsense, if one Liberian, whole family is dependent on one. And so being a diaspora Liberian, I think by now you've probably read that statement. How did you feel? Do you think the president misspoke? Do you think the president should have been more compassionate, offering more guidance to Liberians who could potentially be deported back home? And also in the same tone, encourage us all to return to our country. How did you feel as a diaspora Liberian?
So as a diaspora Liberian, I didn't take that, everything this president says, people critique it and they judge it. Like he went to the meeting the other day and there were two podiums and he was trying to walk to the other one. They said he had a moment. All right, everything he does is scrutinized, is misinterpreted. Let me tell you what the president told me when I went to Liberia. I said to him, I said, Daddy, I won't come back, but I gotta get paid well because I'm a professional person. I make enough money. I own my own home. He was just sitting. He's a very, very active listener. He was just sitting listening to me. And when you're talking, he doesn't talk. And he said to me, he said, Fatu, it's true. You have all the immunities in America. You're working, you're making money. He said, but nobody will build Liberia than Liberians. He said, you're sitting in Trump's country that he's threatening to kick you out. Why can't you come to your own country and do well? He said, what the least thing you do for the Liberian people, the way your people will appreciate you, your name will be written in history that you left everything in the diaspora and came to Liberia to do well for Liberians. So I don't think he meant anything like the way we are taking it. He could never do that. He's not that type of person. He's not someone to look down on people. When you're talking to just about guy, he sits, he listens, and sometimes he will be writing some points down, because you know me, when I go talk to him, so I can be talking for 45 minutes before I get in time to say one word. So he can write everything and he will come back. He will tell me, he said, you're young. What you do for Liberia will be better off than any person could ever see. Why are you sitting in America? What are you doing? I know you're making money, but you're spending all your money over there. He said, why can't you come to your country and do something for your country? So this is how this president thinks. I don't think he meant anything bad. And if anybody took offense to that, I'm sorry. But the truth is, even I sitting here, I'm glad God gave me the opportunity to come to America, because I was able to expand. I was able to learn. I was able to become someone that I would have never been had it been if I left in Liberia at the time. But at the same token, I feel that I wanted to give back to my country. And I use this opportunity to try to advocate for Joseph Boakai to become president, to get into that aspect and go back to my country and do what I am supposed to do for my country. So I really don't believe that he supports everything diaspora. He acknowledges that the diaspora makes Liberia great. The amount of money that we send over there, he acknowledges it. So I think that's nonsensical when people think that he believes in this, that, or the third. I don't think.
But I'll close on this note, and I great change, and please come back. But again, for tomorrow, to put things in right, that there's a discussion, and I think there's a serious discussion about encouraging and appeasing Liberians to return home. But that conversation have got to be one that is constructive, right? There are families, there are folks who are probably at our age, we are both young, who are thinking about, yeah, I want to return home, build a nice house. But I don't want to just return for 3 months and then a month later or 6 months, I have to return to the U.S. To get medical checkup, right? Even the president of our country right now, as an elderly man, we don't have the health system, given the kind of quality health care that he needs to stay strong medically for our country. There are people who want to return, but they're looking at the environment. The environment is not conducive for everyone. I mean, look at the from 50, we are down to 7 something. These are all. I mean, the crime rate. When you have a lot of Zogo in the streets and you got people who cannot provide for themselves and their family, it increases crime rate for those 10-15% of us who are fortunate, who can drive a nice car, own a nice house, and still live the kind of lifestyle, though expensive, that we can. So there are many circumstances around encourage Nigerians to return home, and I believe the buck starts and stops with the government, especially the president. We have the most powerful president in the entire world. He appoints damn near everyone. He can move needles when he decides to do so. He can do a lot of things if he decides to do that. So we can have the discussion about Liberians returning home. That country, no one can deport it from that country. But sometimes, again, when Liberians are facing the kind of risk that they are facing right now under this government, under this president who doesn't have any empathy, who doesn't have any compassion, though his wife is an immigrant as well, we do not expect, and just, I know you love of the president, but put things in perspective. We want a president who can show compassion, empathy, but also say, look, my people, let's come back home. Let's have a conversation about your concerns when it comes to returning home and how we as a government can create that environment to start addressing that concern so we can together build this country. But to just flat out say, I have a message for you, Trump is coming for you, I thought that tone was not presidential, and I thought it lacked compassion. I thought the tone was a problem, and I think if you were not a lover of the president, just being objective, I think you would concur with that, won't you?
I'm always objective. I mean, I don't like to interrupt people, but I don't think you were here when I was speaking. I did say that the president is talking about revamping all the hospitals. He's trying to talk about bringing doctors into work alongside our doctors to ensure that healthcare is a plus, so we don't have to travel to other countries to seek medical attention. I also said that the president is trying to invest into the private sector. Look at Douala, what Douala is trying to do. I was in Liberia only for that purpose, and the president is buying into it. Okay, Turkish airline is coming. Over 50,000 new jobs will be there. Turkish Airlines is coming to build a new terminal, a new airport, totally, and revamp all of the train systems in Liberia. I mean, I don't know if you guys have heard about it, but that's the deal. He just signed on the Turkish deal. So that's going to create wealth for the Liberian people. It's going to create jobs for the Liberian people. And he also said all the mining companies that are in Liberia right now, he's going to look at all of those concession agreements. If the wealth of Liberia is not benefiting the Liberians, they have to revisit it. He wants the wealth to trickle down to all of the Liberians there. So this president is doing, and we had a diaspora conference when I was in Liberia recently, and this president just talked about incorporating the diaspora Liberians to Liberia. I think for me, there was a time I was supposed to go back to Liberia, and at the time,
can you slow down small?
It was. You're talking to me?
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm sorry. All right, there was a time
to be quiet. Okay.
There was a time that I wanted to go to Liberia, but at the time I wanted to get education. I wanted to acquire education and do a lot, and it cost me a lot of things, even my marriage at the time. But I stayed. And I got the education that I wanted to get. And I'm prepared now. I feel like I want to go back to Liberia to something that I bought into to help my country. And I'm able to do that. So the president is encouraging every Liberian to come back to Liberia. If you feel like if it was insensitive, I would deliver your messaging. But I don't think that this president was insensitive to anyone. He believes that you should go to your country. There is nowhere like home. Nobody can deport you from Liberia. You go to Liberia, there is something to do. You have there a family. There is that particular country. I can go to all the islands. I can go everywhere here, pay less money. When I go to the islands, I change my money. Some people you get into, I used to get in $5. My cousin said, no, you can't do it. You get in $2, $3. People can be happy. I would spend all little money. I go to Liberia, I spend the most money, but I got to go to my country. I love that country with everything in me. So if people feel that he was insensitive, I mean, so be it. I will make him aware. I will tell him what you're thinking, but he didn't mean it in that fashion. People will say anything. He didn't mean it in that fashion. He is all for liberalization. He wants us to go and work in our own country to do. He said nobody can build Liberia than Liberians. And how much more can he go further than that? Nobody can build Liberia than Liberians. And I think that's clear enough. So, yeah.
But Fatima, let me ask you this question. You represent well. You outspoken. You represented this government from the election day up till now. You're still speaking. Let me ask you, what is the president doing to foster relationship with former president like President George Weah? What have he invited?
So let me explain to you. I went to Liberia during the Christmas holidays. I got to Liberia on December 23rd. This president was in it. They were there at his house. All Liberian made products. I say because I was there. I saw with my own two eyes. They have Liberian jam. They have Liberian how you call it? Everything Liberia. They have Liberian coconut candy. He made a basket for every embassy, for every ex-president, for every major person in that country. And he delivered, I think he delivered over 200, 210 baskets. I'm not sure how many. He delivered it to everybody. Everybody was calling him, thanking him, calling him, saying thank you. The only one basket I returned was the one from George Weah. He sent it back and said, I don't want it. I'm not taking nothing from Joseph Baka. You'll take it back. And they brought it back to the president. So I'm just trying to tell you that, I saw that. You see, I see Obama. I see all the former presidents. They go to they go to Trump's inauguration, or they go to, other former president who passed away, they go together and they sit with Trump and they have conversation. They don't have no love lost or lost love there. No, they don't. But you know what they do? They are upholding the Constitution. It's because of the country. They don't want the country to fall into chaos. So they go there to continue to support the president, even if they don't like him. This beating was not brought on by Joseph Boakai. Joseph Boakai was chosen by God himself to rule Liberia. George Weah was the sitting president. He had every state resources to his advantage. And he won, and he did the needful. He acknowledged, he called the president and congratulated him. I think the president should foster more, he should reach out more, but have Christmas holidays to reach out to someone, send them a basket and say, this is from His Excellency Joseph Boakai, and you return it. He returned it. He was the only one who returned the basket and said he didn't want it. George Weah, as my personal friend, we grew up together, were in Vittown. I admire him. I love him a lot, but he's very petty and childish. He was a president of a whole nation. I mean, who does that? Honestly, you don't do stuff like that. Even if you don't like the man, support your country because you want to come back to be a leader. He's a toddler. Nah, you don't do that. He returned it back. He could have taken it. But first of all, I can see my cousin Akara's Moses Gray and all of them talking about George Weah and amplifying the message. But from the time George Weah and the former chairman were caught talking about George Weah on tape, he doesn't speak to them. He doesn't even acknowledge them. They become his enemies. You don't do stuff like, as a state person, you need to learn to forgive and forget. Recently, you saw Costa. He went to the president. I was there. Waiting to speak to the president, and Costa was there. When he came, I actually gave my turn so he can go see the president. He spoke to him. They had a good conversation, and they made peace. People break apart. This is politics. Sometimes I would say something to you that you don't like, and you would say something I don't like. But the pettiness must stop. Who cares? This is the country you want to run. You cannot be as petty. Take the basket and give it to Kalasco, or give it to Akara's Gray and make peace. But don't send it back. That's childish and immature. I thought that was so elementary of it. But anyway, he's elementary.
Fatima, let me ask you a question. A lot of the viewers are asking, saying that, why did you leave Spoon? A lot of people are asking.
Okay, so when you're somewhere, I actually, first of all, I wanted to give them, I was glad that they were able to give me a voice where, I'm a Madingo woman, Madingo woman. It's unlike it to see an expressive young. When we were growing up, we were taught to just bow our heads to our husbands and do something different. But my father had all girls, and one, my brother Mohammed. So my father said he was going to make us and train us like boys. From an early age, he told me that I could be anything and anyone I ever wanted to be. And so my mother did not go to school, but she used to push me. She says, whatever she ain't learn, I should learn it. She inspired me. My G said, go to school. When you go to school, your husband will not do you bad with my husband. I know books, so my husband can't get. My father at the time was minister for Togar regime, was deputy minister of commerce. That's why he and Uncle Sam were working. And then, he was a big guy. His father had Sheriff Vittown. So he was like a permanent guy. And he used to leave my mom because she didn't know books. She was not educated, and have his little girlfriends. So my mom used to say, you see, Daddy always go. We used to call our dad Daddy. She said, Daddy can leave me and go cheat because I don't know book. You gotta know books so your husband can't do this thing. So my mom, she actually inspired me to be who I am. So when I was on Spoon, Stanton gave me a voice. He made me to speak to the Liberian people, to speak to the Va people, to speak to the Madingo people. He did that. But when your belief system differs from people, like I said, I love this president with all my heart. I believe in his agenda to change Liberia. I believe that the president told me I have nothing to lose, Fatu. I just want a better Liberia so that our children and grandchildren can live in a good Liberia. And so when the thing that really got to me was first, when I saw that every day, because even in your personal life, I spoke to you about that. every day is not bad news. Every day is not bad news. I mean, corruption apart, none of us want corruption in our country, period. None of us want that. And we all, sometimes when I see it, you will see me smiling. I read some of the comments, people say things about me. I know they're talking at me, not to me, because they don't personally know me. I'm a kind, sweet girl. But when it comes to Joseph Boakai, I take no hostages, because in the Mandingo culture, you don't insult your leaders. You don't. In our Islamic culture, we don't insult our leaders. We believe that God had a hand in making them leaders. So we don't insult them. If we differ with them, we express it and we let it go. But we don't insult our leaders. Liberian people like to insult their leaders. That's what they do. So when Joseph Boakai, I felt like when things were asked of him and he refused, it turned into an attack force, like to get him checked in line. They want him to be in line, and he cannot be controlled. I went to Liberia 6 times to make Joseph Boakai president. Me and you rode on a plane several times. You know that. Me and you, Peabody, and Tomalin, we flew together. You know how much money I spent to go. Nobody gave me money to go to Liberia. You know that. I went there 6 times.
Because you make a lot of money, Fatima.
Thank you. What?
You make a lot of money in New Jersey.
Well. I could spend it on my kids. I could spend it on my kids. I could spend it on my toys, my cars. You know how I like beautiful cars. I could spend it on my cars. But I went there to make Joseph Boakai president. So I take offense to it. Attack him on the merits. Attack him on issues. Not because you want him to do certain things and he can do it. And I felt that he incited violence the day before the burning of the Capitol, when he said that, the president had no rights to go to the Capitol building to sign a book of condolence. Seriously? When you have the AFL, national security, police, he could go wherever he could go wherever he wanted to go. He's the president of the Republic of Liberia. And I felt like he incited violence. I was sleeping at 2:00 in the morning when the president called me and said, check, the building is on fire the next day. And that day, I seriously got offended. I was so upset because for me, Liberia is everything. Joseph Boakai said will go. One day myself will go, but Liberia remains. Anybody who tries to tamper with the peace of Liberia, you become a fool, not a friend. And I had to distance myself. And let me tell you something about me. You see, I love Tomalin Josh. I love you, Peabody. But I don't miss business with pleasure. I never, ever in my whole life try to mix myself. I'm a Mandingo girl. When I love to you, you must marry me. You know about me. Eh? So I never, wherever I go, I don't miss business with pleasure. So when I'm speaking to you, I speak my truth. I don't want anybody to come box me where I can't move because you slept with me and you know how no. I keep it on 100%. Business is business and pleasure is pleasure. So when I saw that his views were becoming different from that of mine, I decided to withdraw my troops on Kuwait and relax myself somewhere else, because the voice is there. People acknowledge who I am and what I want. And so that was it. So back.
Credits are saying, Fatima, and that he was a great support morally, financially, to President Joe Boakai.
True.
So is some people are saying, why you don't help him now? I'm sure he would need all the help.
Okay. I don't want to go into that personal business, but don't make me just to talk. Please don't. Because if I don't want to go there, because the support system that this government and all of them have provided, greedy hunters, they always want more and more and more and more and more. This president is making, look, the money he's making in Liberia, besides his little perks and stuff, I make more money than the president. You know that. My first job, I make $110,000 annually for my first job. And I'm a therapist on the side, which I
I've
make.
been there. You've been working. You've been
Thank
working.
you. Thank you. So
left
I make more money in America than the president of the Republic of Liberia. So look, Joseph Boakai cannot be controlled. You cannot pull him like a ping pong ball and tell him if hire this person, fire this person, do this, do that. He will not do it. I went to Joseph Boakai. Let me confess to you today. I said to him, I'm your daughter. I've voted for you. I did everything. I do not believe that my ex-husband, A.B. Kumar, did wrong. I want you to try to put him somewhere. He said, no, this one, you have nothing to do with it. I have to make decisions based on what I have to. And he did what he had to, regardless of what I asked him. I went to New York, I spoke to him, and he went to Liberia and made a decision. And he knows how much what I did. So nobody can control Joseph Boakai. And as people want you to believe, oh, he's an ingrate, that's a lie. The president loves Liberia. He will develop Liberia. He has nothing to lose. He's not going to build no house for no girlfriend. He Mark Atumo been there for, I don't know, 50 or 60 years. He ain't going to take money to go to buy Gucci belt and Varagamo belts and stuff. He's not doing it. He can go right here. I always tell this story of a Joseph Boakai. I always tell this story. I was going to see him in Atlanta, Georgia. I tell this story because I want people to understand the kind of person he is. I want to see Joseph Boakai in Atlanta, Georgia. And when I was on my way to see him, I ordered him a pair of sneakers, Nike Air. And when I ordered the sneakers, but it said the sneakers were going to come on Friday evening. And I had to be in Atlanta on Friday evening because he was doing something. He asked me to be there. So what I did was I called Nike. I said, can you send it to, because when I found out he was at a hotel where the mall was just 1 minute from the hotel, right? I told them to send the shoes there. So they sent the shoes there. When I picked up the shoe and I took it to him just to try it on. So when I did, he put the shoe fit. He said, but Fatu, he really liked it. But then he looked at the box and he saw, the Nike people can put a price on the shoe. So $250. He said, you won't waste money. You couldn't go buy desks for children to sit on. Go to War. He said, go to Marshalls or TJ Maxx and buy me $29.99 shoes. And I looked at him, and that's why I knew this president have the country at heart. Really? He told me, why I want buy with my money that why I would buy. He was like, no, you could have bought desks for students to sit on.
But why is also need branding or
anything you need brand, you see that paper where. Let me tell you, first of all, you should call Yoni CEO because Yoni made some suits for the pape. Pape's birthday came. I wanted to surprise him to make me a suit. So I called him and said, Daddy, what color you want? He said, where you going to buy the clothes from? He said, I get my Liberian boy here in the yard. I can sew my clothes. They fit. I said, no. I said, the brother you bought the suit from Yoni. I called Yoni and asked him. I called Yoni and said, I wanted one suit. He said, okay. And I told him, I said, I'm ordering one suit from the guy to bring for you. He said, no, don't do it. The boy right here, he will sew the suit. Don't waste money on that kind of thing. That's the kind of person he is. So if you see him wearing quality things, gifts, people bring him gifts. Just about most time I can see him with a seashell. If you there, they share me a Constanto picture where 2 weeks before I went there, you were wearing a seashell. So for people to actually say, this puppy is not wasteful. He's not. He's not wasteful. He's not the kind of person you think he is. So, I mean, like I said, I'm a spokesperson from the government. I'm the person who loves this president. Y'all can curse me all you want. I'm talking about my own personal experience with this president. Nobody can take that away. I see him as my friend that I never had.
Fatima, back to Stanton, right? Stanton. So no, they promised Stanton. And honestly,
what did they promise him?
I'm sure. I know they promised you something. But I heard Fagon.
Okay, but I'm not.
Tell me now. So, because honestly, right, during the Pape's during the days before he became president, we were on spawn. There are many times where Stanton president was Stanton was next to the president, very nice to him. Peabody can attest to it many times. And honestly, as things happened, I mean, Stanton had his trouble came, and things happened. Okay, I think there was a time for him to be picked up, and he expected, because politics is interest. Make no mistake. It's not about love and things. Not about it for you. It's interest. You see Elon Musk now, that interest. He paid high money for Trump to be elected. Now he want to help involved. So he help his business. So it's interest. So, but then when things happen, and maybe still not felt that he wasn't what were promising, what he was treated, he didn't feel that way. As a result, I think, especially so when I heard that when they started to denying access, like direct contact with the president again, all that. If I do honest, if you tomorrow you get a job now, you go by bro now, I gotta call you, go somebody to call you now. I said, I have a problem. I said, I didn't want to test you can respond. I mean, but if I say, when I call your phone, somebody pick up your phone, yeah, I can get hold of you, I will feel bad. I think I still not felt. I still not felt that he wasn't treated right.
Honestly, if he wasn't treated right, that's between him and his president. I have no idea about what you're talking, but all I'm saying is that the president of the Republic of Liberia is a kind and gentle person. He does not forget what people do for him. He does not. But he cannot be controlled. That's all I wanted to say to you. He will not be controlled. You're not going to tell him do this and do that, and he does it because you say he should do it. He will do it when his heart. Let me tell you, that president, you see him so, Joseph Boakai, if he want for Joseph Boakai to do anything called a pastor, he believe everything he do, it must be right with God. That's all he cares about is God-fearing. He should do just things to the Liberian people. I am unaware about what Stanton and the president, what happened between them, I don't know. I do not know anything about that. I don't want to be a part of it. All I'm telling you is that this president is fair. He will not treat people any other type of way, and he's forgiving. And I don't care how many times you heard he said, the other day he said 70 times 7, you can call him ungrateful, you can call him whatever. I know who this president is. I know who he is, and I believe in him, and I trust him, and that's all I have to say. I do not know.
Fatima, let me ask you another question. I don't know too many. Let me say this. What I was taught, is that a leader is one who takes control, who doesn't take side, who always will have to take control of the situation because he's the leader. Even in my home, I always take control, especially when it comes to the kids. I don't try to say, no, you not. I'm in control of my kids. I don't tell anyone you bad or you didn't do this, you didn't do that, or your brother can do more than you do and stuff like that. Don't you think President Boakai should take the phone and call President Weah? Say, my son, let's try and have a conversation. Let's try and meet. Let's get together. Now I'm the father. Don't you think he should take control of that?
Do you think he haven't done that? Honestly,
we haven't.
Do you know what the president told me recently when I was with him?
Yeah.
After the president returned the basket, and I tell you, I say, that man and my brother or me are able to go. Matter of fact, I even called him. I called him on a 347 number just to tell him that, okay, I want you to come. So I called him, but he didn't answer. It went to his voice message. I said, Papi, me, I can talk to him to bring. He said, that would be good. He said, because for all three of us that are living, it's a testament of the Liberian people, their strength and their wisdom that is have ex-presidents. He's young. He's someone that can help me unite the country. So if you say he close to him like that and you want anything you want to do, I'm willing. This person is willing to do it. Does he answer his call? No, he doesn't. You don't know. You act like you don't know your leader. He does not.
No, but Fatima, let me frank. Joe, he's a peaceful man. Honestly, right? I'll be honest with you.
Okay.
And a good thing, I was there that night when President Weah conceded. I was present in that room.
He had no choice. Of course, he had no choice.
No, seriously, President Weah could have said, he could have said, he could have said, I'll wait for NEC and announce the results. There are irregularities. I can raise an issue of irregularities.
Look. That is behind us.
It's behind here, but it's behind us.
All I'm telling you, Joseph Boakai is a peaceful person. He does not.
Okay.
The kinds of things that the devil made and how they call the board to say about Joseph Boakai, he still welcome him. Joseph Boakai have no beef for George Weah. Like I said, I know George Weah. If you would agree, even me, when I go Liberia, you want me to give you the number that I've been calling? It's a 347 number.
I gotta say number 2.
I don't want to disclose the man. Look, the president wants to meet him.
But
the president wants to discuss with him.
Incident. How you treat a VIP loan incident? You think it was fair to me?
Okay. You're bringing something that happened last year.
Yeah, even Prince Johnson's funeral too. He wasn't even recognized there. He wasn't even when addressing it. You know, I call him to say, former President Weah. No,
as soon as President Weah spoke, President Weah, first of all, let me tell you, you were not there. You can just let me give you what happened.
I watched the funeral.
Before you wash your things you want to wash. And what a city shake and show. Let me explain to you what happened. Before President Weah got to Nimba, he had sent a vast team of young boys that came with a beret and they had those were not boys from Nimba. Because
you gotta put on your comment in order. Again, be sorting the woman. See the other men
I care for that. That's just don't even.
I don't care for that. You know about me, eh? I made a
you watching it. I don't care for this.
So not care about no thing. Yeah,
I got this skin. Let me tell you.
I got this skin. They can say anything. By the way, let me tell you something now. Let me say something. President, we are seeing an advanced team of young boys that went there just to say, Myean, our pasare. They went the day before. They were in Nimba.
How sure that we are saying that?
Well, wait now, let me tell you. They came from Moravia. They came from Moravia. They were there. So no problem. The next day, they came to the play. As soon as they put our pasare to the funeral. You know, no decent person would even try to do something like that. And as soon as he spoke, he left. As soon he spoke, he left. There was a luncheon at the vice. Of course, General Myean is his next enemy. As soon as he spoke, he left. We had a big, huge luncheon at the vice president hall. He never went. As soon as he finished, he guided people. All of them got in their cars and they left. Let me tell you something. Joe Weah is a young person. He's young. He's energetic. Although I don't really believe that. I believe sometimes he behaves a little bit childlike because you're an adult. You, Tomalin, sometimes I can piss you off. You can embarrass me if I don't let that thing know. We fix it right there and we finish it. But Judge Weah, I know him. We went to, me and him, we were in Vatan together. He got baby Sham by my cousin Tata. He used to kind of grandpa, yeah, the first team he ever played for the Guar Fefe. He used to go for Fefe in our yeah. I know him. Like me and he went to Muslim Congress school. I was learning Arabic, he was there. Then he left from Muslim Congress, he went to Warehouse. I know him. He and myself were very close. He was in America, yeah. In Staten Island, we were friendly. I know him. We all started a CDC together. He convinced me to join. I know him very well. But I know that he's someone that when you do something to him, he never forgives you. But Joseph Boakai never did anything to him. It was the Liberian people that did it. It was the Liberian people that voted against him. Joseph Boakai want peace with him. I'm telling you, I'm telling you from one-on-one interaction with the president. He wants peace with him. He doesn't want to accept peace. He doesn't want. What do you want us to do?
Let's be frank. President Weah. When President Weah, when he considered, he immediately the next day he appointed a transitional team. He did it quickly. Everything was done fast. Okay, he wanted he had no look. He wanted everything done quickly, but the way he was treated, let's be frank. When we are 2017, he get the president, I think, vehicle and assigned everything was quickly with him. Fine. Right. He didn't.
So why would Prince Justin die when he refused to shake the vice president hand? Just look, you can say, look, Judge Weah is supposed to be a peace ambassador. Okay? Look, we can talk here and talk here. Y'all can curse all you want. I'm telling you from my own perspective as a human being, every human being wants human caring and intimacy and respect. You can't come to people's home and disrespect them. How many times have you disrespected our dynamic, energetic, stronger than him, Jeremiah Pankun? Eloquent. Jeremiah Pankun. How many times have you disrespected Jeremiah Pankun when Jeremiah Pankun still respect him? Look, y'all can curse all you want. I will give you my view. I grew up with this man. I know him from Liberia. We grew up together in Town. He used to come my grandpa here and play. Ask him about me personally. He will tell you. From Tomalin, you told me that he told you he know me very well. You said it. My nephew, Pa, champ. So don't tell me I don't know him. Joey, I don't forgive. Anybody do something to it's an eye for an eye or no swab. We will try. The president wants to try. The president believes that. Or let me tell you, you know why the president appointed Syria Allen? Was because he wanted to make amends with
the appointment recently?
Anyway, all I'm telling you, The president wants to make amends. He wants anyway. Can you please listen to me? The president wants to make amends. The president wants all former and current presidents to be together on one page to move the country forward.
But for
that opposition level, you want to be in for 6 years when I work like that.
That's a good thing for everybody to come
he wants to do it.
I'm a nationalist.
It's a good thing, but for if you start to stop the president from using a VIP lounge and all of that, if somebody did that to Fatima,
and you believe Joseph Boga would tell the person you'll stop job here for this.
If I didn't do it, I would get to the bottom of that. If whoever disrespected the former president, whoever stop him, they shouldn't happen no more. I would do that. I would personally take the phone and say, President Weah, I'm very sorry.
My cousin there.
I would say, President Weah, I'm very sorry for what happened. Mm-hmm. And this is something that I'm getting to the bottom of. But he has not done it. He didn't do anything. President Weah is a former president. What can I expect to be treated when he retired the day of tomorrow? That people will treat him the same way when he travel out of the country and come back. He'll be accorded the same courtesy like any other president. So as I said, that a leader take control. So now you are into the president's circle. You meet him at any time. In fact, I'm waiting to see the letter get up tomorrow. I'm not going to show it to anybody, but you sitting on that committee, when you get back, try to say,
what committee you on, Fatima?
Don't mind. Because
what committee Fatima on? So you
you see the get green letter here.
It had to be released by the executive manager first. The executive manager had to release it, but she wanted to send it so that her brother then could see it early, and stuff. But Fatima, we're proud of you and thank you for coming and taking up things today. Thank you. You represented well. Whether we agree or we agree.
I know. Let me tell you something. I am of the strong conviction. I spoke to some strong brothers that I love, my cousins that I truly love. I believe that Liberia should unite. The unity of Liberia will send us a resounding message to all of Africa that Liberia's solidarity remains solid and our country stands firm. I believe that.
So I want to say something before Fatima says something. I just came to speak because I've been, man, it's been crazy. And I was listening and I said, let me jump on. I'm on my way to go and see Ta one way actually briefly. So, first of all, good to see you, my beloved cousin who we're not going to go in all that over. But let me say this. I share the thoughts and the line from Tomalin and Peabody. I think we had this conversation. I think, and for someone, one of the things that I've learned is that when you have access to the president, it's a privilege. It's not a right, it's a privilege. Mm-hmm. It's a very cherished position because the president, whether you like it or not, is in a bubble. He's in a bubble. They take him from one fence to the next fence. They take him, so he depends on those who he trusts to come in his circle. And I will urge you, and I know you have a heart of gold. I know you love your country. I also know you love this president, right? You've made, I think it's clear. But I think it is important. And like I said to you privately, and I'm not going to discuss all of what we talk, but I think it's incumbent upon, and I'm glad to hear what you were saying tonight, right? That the president is willing to extend this hand and to reach out, because this is a rarity in Africa. There's not a lot of many African countries that have former living presidents, right? That are walking and they are around and the people can see them. I also believe in the symbolism of leadership in as much as I believe in the optics. I think I look forward to seeing the day when our three former presidents, not just President Weah and President Boakai, but I think he and President Sirleaf, I want to believe they have a very cordial relationship because the two of them were together in New York. I think they're in touch. I think he went to visit her. I'm waiting to see the day he also go and visit President Weah, whether we like it or not. But I will also say this, right? I think the onus is on him. He's the father of the nation. No matter what has happened, like Tomalin said, there's a lot that we can see, and we can see our country go forward. And everybody will. I'm rooting for the success of my country. I never supported President Boakai. I think it's well known, but that don't mean that I want to see him fail, because we do not have 6 years to waste. When the election time comes, people will make determinations on what they want to do, and we'll have the politics. But I just want to admonish you, someone like you who are close to him. He has you have his ear, to continue to be that voice of reasoning to him, because there are many people who will go to him and be like, "Oh, Papa, don't mind what people are doing. Don't do this." At the end of the day, he's leading the country. When things go good, he gets the glory. Everything that going wrong right now in Liberia, even the one he know about, they're blaming him for it, right? They're saying he did. You just made some clarity here. I just think it's important. There have been some false starts. And I think he can correct that. He can pick up the phone. He can call him, or President Weah can also do. I believe that if they come together, it will send a very powerful message for our country. I think let's forge ahead. Let's forget about what has happened, what this has happened, because the good thing about George Weah and Joseph Boakai, they are part of a club that nobody understand. There's certain things that they know. And the shoes that he's walking in now, we are walking in our shoes. Ellen walked in our shoe. Taylor walked in our shoe. I just want to say, I think it will be a good thing for us to see our presidents, to see them work together, to see them collaborate. And they will disagree. President Weah is an active opposition leader. It's clear, right? But they will disagree. But there's something about the symbolism that I think is important, and the country needs to see. And it will tamp down some of the emotions that are happening even with the followers. The followers, once they see the leaders together, the followers tend to kind of mirror down. People can always say. The last thing I would say to you is, good luck on everything that you are doing. I think you're an asset. I think you bring a lot to the table. You are very opinionated, which is what we want to see. We're encouraging to see strong women stand up. And I think you can just continue to play that role, right? I know sometimes it's easy for people to prick you off, and you tend to want to respond, but I know you have what it takes. But I think it's a beautiful thing that you are doing what you're doing. I think you mentioned that you're getting ready to head back home. The country is our country. At some point during this year, we will all go back. I'm just dealing with some personal family issues, and once the country is a country, we got to move forward, and we got to leapfrog. Like I said, Joseph Boakai has an opportunity to be he's a legacy president, right? Listen, I don't know if President Boakai wants to run for re-election. If he wants to run, that's within his right. But I think something he said in his State of the Nation that I was very impressed with, when he said, "I'm not thinking about the next election. I'm thinking about the next generation." I thought those are the kind of actions that I want to see him take. We can talk about the excesses in government. We can talk about the issues, but when it comes to these leaders, I think we have a responsibility to encourage cordiality between them. So work on calling your friend and brother President Weah to try to put them together, and I think all of us, we continue to send those positive message. But like I said, I just wanted to
but I like what you've said, and I also want it to be out there that from our side, from Joseph Boakai's side, he's welcoming it. He's extended several olive branches. The thing is, Joseph Boakai does not believe that he needs to do things for public to see. He believes that should be something done in the back door, so they can all come and appear to the public as a united front. And the man-child has to grow. I'm being honest here. Joseph Boakai really believes that Liberian solidarity is with those 3 former leaders who are there, even with the ANC leader. He believes that. He really wants that. But, people are still caught in their feelings. I think people will get over it. Liberia will remain. I think everything we do, we must understand that we are doing it for one purpose. I can come here to your platform, see people cussing me, calling me all kinds of names. It's only because of Liberia. You think anyone will look at me on my personal page and cuss me? I'm feeling black in a long time, but they can cuss me yet. Because honestly, it's because of Liberia. Anybody would say anything to me. But the good thing I know about myself is that they wish they were in my position. Number one. Number two, I made a calculated decision. that in order for Liberian men to not call you mattress carrier, don't sleep with them. All the men I love to are married there, so they can't say anything about me.
The person I see Abu is quiet tonight. He got good. He got a good.
Abu is my family man.
He's quiet tonight. He's not saying nothing because Fatima all the talking here tonight.
Say validating who I've been seeing here. And actually true that she's here.
But no, great discussion, guys. I think it's like I said, I have to.
I don't want to monitor, like I said. Don't believe us. These are 100 who believe that. My brother.
So let me. I have to jump in for a second. Fatima, I have to jump in for a second, right? Great conversation, by the way.
So I got to run. I have this event with Ta that I have to go to. I will see you guys. But Fatima, it's great seeing you and thank you.
You too, my love. I'll call you.
To see you back soon. Okay.
Ben, that time it was a time you're not winning that seat.
What do you mean the man with the man?
You don't win that seat. Man was a time.
Yeah, but it's not even a small idea for him to even run right now. It's too early for that.
Your thought where I need to talk.
No, I will call.
The man has the right to run, and you want to
run. But he hasn't even. Ben, move from here, man. Ben, full of all kinds of things. I will call Ta. Ben to not put Ta in anything he can handle. Is Ben Ta just got elected? I don't think his people has really benefited from him yet. He's doing a great job. He should stay where he's at. Don't get messed up with that whole Nima stuff. But for Fatima, right?
Yeah.
When you say like a man child has to grow up, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of people will say that maybe the president wants to get certain things done, right? And you have a lot of connection. We know a lot of people. We all know a lot of people, right? But just listen to you speak. I got a few calls. A lot of people will say, right? You see, Robert, this is what we're talking about. This is not going to work because the people closest to the president have this preconceived notion of President Weah, right? And if anything have got to be authentic, you cannot consider what those folks closest to the president are telling him. He's listening to them. Now, I would consider you as someone who is close to the president, and I do know other people that are my personal friends that are close to the president. I always tell them behind closed doors what the president listens to at times, those that are advising him. I'll give you an example, and this is my sister, a good friend that I know very, very well, even though we haven't connected since the election of President Weah, Mandela Cooper. Mandela Cooper is a close confidant of the president. So does it make it difficult, right? When you are on a national platform and you say, well, men's child have to grow up, and the president has extended, the olive branch, and this is incumbent upon President Weah, does it make it more difficult for the former president and the current president to bridge that gap? Because what a lot of Liberians don't know, President George Weah was so nice to the current president when he was president of Liberia. In fact, they had the closest relationship. The current president could pick up the phone and call the former president, and basically as a son, like a father and son situation. My question is, why does it seem so difficult now for the president to get in contact with the current president to say, you know what, we need to fix this? And I want you to read.
So you don't have access to your own president, your former president. You don't have access to him. What I'm telling you, President Joseph Numa Boakai has a mind of his own. President Joseph Numa Boakai does not listen because I'm saying I'm calling. See, so when I private citizen. So in America,
no, but for Togar, not fair a private citizen.
When people are talking, I
know, but I want you to say
I'll be quiet until you finish. When you finish,
no, I just want you to say. No, I just want you to say you're not a private citizen. It's unfair.
Okay, when a private citizen, I consider myself a private citizen. When a private citizen says something or call George Weah a man child because of the way he's displaying or acting, then you attribute that to Joseph Numa Boakai. Joseph Numa Boakai is a peacemaker. He wants him and the former president to sit, wine and dine. I just told you. He sent him a basket this Christmas. He returned it. Over 200 baskets we sent all around the country. He was the only one that returned it. All the embassies, all the former president, everybody He was the only one that returned it and said, I don't want anything from. So, number one, if you don't want it, a man of peace, okay, a man that you guys said did everything right, he should have given it to Akara's Moses Gray, who he doesn't speak to, or he could have given it to my uncle, Kalasco. That would have been better. He's a peaceful man. Listen, when I speak here, my president, Joseph Nima Bwaka, he's an adult. He would not take my words and make it his words. Or people calling to say, look at what she say. He doesn't care about what I say here. All he cares about is Liberia. Liberia first and Liberia last for him. Okay? So you're talking about this unity. We're not going to make any kind of fake unity because you're saying this. I mean, you can say whatever you want. People who know George Weah, I grew up with him. I know the character of the man. Okay? I know who he is. He holds grudges. Joseph Numa Bwaka has extended multiple olive branches. He has refused. We will try again. We're still willing to try because it's for us, it's Liberia first. What y'all don't understand is what you're speaking about. Oh, people texting me, people me, nobody calling me. Nobody calling me because they're not even expected to be here. I'm speaking my truth. We don't understand it's because of Liberia we are here.
Right.
Yeah.
So then action speaks better than word. Then I think Peabody.
But do you know what action your president is? Have you ever reached out to Joseph Bwaka to say this, that, or the third? What action you're talking about?
Listen,
because Joseph Bwaka, no, everything that Joseph Bwaka does. Let me just tell you before you even speak.
Go ahead.
You know why the PR of our government is just downplayed? Because he said he's not doing things for the camera, he's doing things for the Liberian people. Everything is not being showcased. The gains of the government have not been showcased. There are things that I can tell you that you don't even know that is happening in Liberia right now that is not being showcased. So we're not here to just do what you say or say what you do. Joseph Bwaka is an elder. When George Weah is ready to make peace, he wants to make peace. I have George Weah's personal number. I'm not going to share it with you. It's not with 347. I called him in Joseph Bwaka's office to talk to him. I mean, in his home office. He never answered. It went to your voicemail. You want me to call it right now? You want to hear it?
No, don't call it. Don't
call it right now so you can hear it. So you're not getting second-tier information because you don't even have access to your former. I'm just saying, you don't have access to your former president. Then you come here and say, oh, Joseph Bwaka. You can criticize this president all you want. You will continue to work for the Liberian people. You will continue to do good for Liberia. Like he said, whether you like it or not, Liberia will be developed, our country will be uplifted, our people will rise from poverty, and the wealth of Liberia will trickle down to its people. That's all I care about.
Great. And it sounds good. If I was trying to get in contact with the president, I can get in contact with the president right now, just as much as you. So,
Which president?
The former president.
The former president. And by the way, even the current president. If I went to Liberia right now, I could go to the executive mansion. But you have to make
an appointment.
I don't have to necessarily make an appointment. But that's a whole different conversation. But
US president, wow.
I'm talking about the current president and the former president. But that's
what I'm saying is who have a serious president.
Oh, there's a serious. Oh, so okay. So when the serious president, we can make an appointment. So just how for Tim, I can go to the house. I can go to the house too. Abu. So let me say this, but that's beyond the point. Let me say this. When I talk about action speaks louder than word, and you know what? You are very passionate about the President Fatima, and you have the right to do it. You love this guy. You want him to do well. We all want him to do well.
He's not going to bow down to George Weah. That's what you're saying. It's not going to happen. You will reach out to George Weah, not on your terms. Sorry. It's pissing me off now. He's not going to reach on your terms. Whoever calling you that can go sit somewhere else, he's not reaching out to nobody.
Let me give you an example.
He's the president of Liberia. You got 5 years to sit down and realize.
Okay, Brenton, we agree. But let me give you an example. Let me give you an example.
Nah, you're pissing me off now with that talk.
Dr. Peabody alluded to it, right? You inherited a government, even though, and we don't even want to start this conversation, but you inherited a government. The presidential lounge at that airport, since former President Charles Tedder left their old presidential lounge, every other president, including Ellen Jones, using our old renovated presidential lounge that does not even reach a 2-star. The former president took upon himself, and it was one of his legacy, to build a brand new presidential lounge. And not only that, he had no idea who was going to be president, but he made sure that that lounge was completed, regardless of what may have come during the election. That lounge was turned over, and we all watched. The world watched. That lounge was turned over to the former president. You talk about Joseph Boakai being a peaceful president, and when Dr. Peabody asked you, he could have easily make the phone call and say, "Listen, this is nonsense. This is nonsense. One second, we have to stop this nonsense." So you want us to believe right now that Joseph Boakai, you want us to believe right now that Joseph Boakai does not have any authority to call whoever runs the presidential lounge to say you are disrespecting the former president. He built that lounge. That lounge is not just for presidential affairs. He's the former president. Other guests, other former presidents comes through and pass through that lounge. And you were telling me that the president of Liberia, being the most powerful figure in the entire country, does not have the authority to call whoever runs that lounge to say we must stop this disrespect, and the former president must be allowed to pass through that lounge when he travels. Is that what you're telling me, that he has no influence with this? So
what
when
I'm
you talk about Joseph Boakai being a peaceful man,
answer, or you want me to wait?
It's the action. The action does not correspond with what
you
you're
want me.
telling us.
Do you want me to respond now?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Please, since you have access to the president like you claim to, please call him and tell him. I'm not saying anything. All I'm saying, you have access to him. Call him and tell him what you just said. I'm not a part of it. You have that right.
No. You don't have to be a part of it. What I'm saying is, but listen, don't speak for him. Speak for yourself, right? You don't speak for him. I'm not asking you to speak for him. What I'm asking you is, when you ask Dr. Peabody, do you believe that the president actually instigated that? My question to you is, don't speak for him. My question to you is, do you want us to believe that he did not? When the president appoints damn near everyone, they work at his will and pleasure, and he has not made a call to say we must stop this disrespect to the former president. He has to pass through that lounge. You mean to tell me?
But you are a citizen now. You can call him and tell him to do that.
Oh, okay.
You can call him.
I will take that as.
Please call him. Write a formal letter to him and tell him he disrespected George Weah.
He is disrespecting the former president because that lounge was built by him.
Is this network going to be on this?
Allowed to enter that lounge. It's indicative.
We're done with that a long time ago. He's not going back to that. I'm sorry. He's not. You can express all your frustration here. President Joseph Nimo Boakai moves.
6 years. You have only 6 years. Don't say he's not going back.
Add 6 years to your age and see how old you will be.
Robert.
You have only 6 years. In the next 6
years to your age.
7 years old.
Y'all can be talking like you don't even know what to do.
Come on this platform.
Add 6 years to your age, sir.
You gotta be honest and say, hey, listen, the president has the power to do certain things, and he has not shown
doing it. That's what I'm telling you. He's not doing it. You go and do it. Call him. You have access to him. Call him and tell him to do it. You can call him. You have no access, right?
You're not the only one that have access to the president. Stop
I do not have any access. I didn't tell you I have access.
You're not the only one.
You can claim it that I have call him. You call him and tell him. You're bringing all things that happened months ago. Call him and tell him.
Months ago, you're talking about the president being a peaceful man and extending all his branches. So if you're telling us that, why has he not thrown the action of showing some level of respect?
He's not doing no action.
Access to lands that built. But you send him gifts for Christmas? Are you kidding me? How can you not? How do you deny a man access to a land that he built, that his legacy? But you send him gifts? I want to take that gift.
You're saying a lounge that he built with his private funds or the funds of Liberia? With his private funds?
Boakai's private funds either.
Private funds?
But it's not Joseph Boakai's private funds either. So why is he denying other presidents or former president for entrance? It's not his private lounge. It didn't say Joseph Boakai private lounge.
Do what you gotta do for it. Do what you gotta do. And talk and do.
Another thing I'm gonna say is Joseph Boakai will become former president one day, and he himself will
wait for 6 years and be vengeance.
What you are saying does not match Joseph Boakai's action. I just want to remind you, you can't just come here and make these statements, oh, he's a peaceful man, he's a loving man, but his action does not match. If you deny someone access to a land that they built that you enjoy, I will reject that gift as well. So what you're saying must match Joseph Boakai's action. That's all I'm saying. What you were saying, nothing you said matches action about being a peaceful and a caring man who have extended olive branch, because if he was, he would have acted.
Because I don't. Let's see.
Okay. All right, guys. Let's move it on. We don't have much time. We got about 12 more minutes. Fatima, we're good to have you here. Fatima, let's talk on one issue. I'm going to bring it up. You were on the phone you called the president's son. What is going on Spoon? What did Spoon say?
I don't know. I haven't watched Spoon. I just came from Liberia 3 days ago. Okay. He said family members were calling him and they were saying certain things that was being said about him on Spoon. That's what he was trying to address. He thought I was on Spoon. But I've made it clear to them that I'm no longer going on Spoon. You know? So
let me ask you this, Fatima.
Yeah.
Do you think the president will reach out to Stanton? That's his son.
The president has been reaching out to everyone. Everyone on this show. I want people to understand the reason why you see I like to I usually just don't participate in any public discourse is because people don't understand that people are entitled to their own opinion. Your opinions are not fact. Okay, you're entitled. But Liberian, most young Liberian men, I'm just looking at both men and women that are insulting and calling me crazy. But you know what? I'm an Ivy League educated person, and they're calling me crazy, uneducated, this, that, and the third. Because you know what? They know no difference. They're very rude people. They're used to insulting and abusing women. Imagine if you're calling me somebody crazy and all of that. Your mother, your sisters, how are they? It doesn't bother me. Because they don't know any different. The women in their life suffer in their hands. Most of them are seditious mad because I have an opinion. I've dealt with Judge Pierre many, many years. I know him. My nephew is his father. I mean, he's the father of my nephew. I know him personally. I know how he acts. I know what he did. Akara's Gray and Moba Molu accused him of something. He doesn't speak to them up to this day. He doesn't talk to them. He doesn't. Why? Because it says something. They don't want nobody to have an opinion. I'm very opinionated. I say what I say. I speak my mind. You can call me all kinds of names. What I'm here to tell you is I'm a lover of Joseph Boakai. I love and respect this president. I love everything Joseph Boakai, what he's trying to do for Liberia. And no amount of deterrence, none of your little childish behaviors will make me deter from what Joseph Boakai is going to do. He said to me, and I would say to you, and I will quote him, whether you like it or not, he will develop Liberia, and Liberians will enjoy the wealth of Liberia. So you'll be passing and making noise and speaking nonsense. Nobody got time for that. You can insult. If you insult me, imagine what you can tell your wife. You don't know me. You insulting me. What are you telling your wife and your children at home? You think I care? I made a calculated decision in Liberia not to mess with any of your people past it. Oh, they are costing people.
Let me ask you this question, Fatima.
I hear for you, baby.
Chill. Let me ask you this question, Fatima. Let's go to the politics. The U.S. government is closing down. You say the closing down, and that's going to bring serious problem to Liberia government being supported other projects. What is this government doing about it?
What is other governments doing about it? It's not just privy to Liberia alone. It's not just a Liberian problem. They're doing it all across the globe. I just saw a pastor wrote something. A pastor wrote something and he said something. He said, what does this say about Jesus when people are taken away from the poor because they are upset at the world? So something like that. To that fact. Liberia, I support Joseph Boakai. Joseph Boakai said, gone are the days that Liberian people will not enjoy the wealth of their country. Our country is a very rich country that has been managed poorly, very poorly. The wealth of Liberia.
Do you think Liberia are starting to enjoy now, Fatima? Do you think Liberia are starting to enjoy now?
Okay, so let me tell you. First of all, when we inherited this government, we had a negative $43 million. Y'all know that. You know that. So the country was leaping in free fall. The economy was falling. So all of last year, the president was trying to balance the books, trying to balance the economy, trying to get things back into perspective. Which you can sit on your not all did that your business. Nobody gets time. But now, the wealth of Liberia, we didn't actually see any returns last year. This year and next year, there will be massive, I'm telling you, massive development in that country that you will see. So we'll start to realize things this year and next year. Last year, It was just taking hole and covering hole, digging hole and covering hole. That's what we were doing, trying to just keep our heads above water. But now, Liberia, we try to understand that the wealth of the country will come down to benefit the Liberians. What for say Fatima Sidishes are people pa and that you umpa. And they are brothers.
Yeah, looking at comment.
No, look at it, Jessa. You know, one of my favorite English in Liberia, umpa. I let that thing too, man. So he said something like pa. I saw that one there. And I was like, look at how wild muff. Yeah, like your papa and your mama muff.
But Fatima, the facts that your numbers not adding up.
Eating you. You can't even eat you.
I eat
You can't even eating. You see a mushroom like that?
No, I'll drink water, Jenna.
What am I crossing?
Fatima.
What am I crossing? What am I crossing here? You hiding her?
Come on, she at work. Come on, Fatima. That at your work.
You don't like the truth.
Fatima,
Somebody in Georgia, you see, it's some of that money. Now, all of them put our country in free fall.
Fatima,
they went and lie and said they were giving number to George. We have to win the election.
Fatima, because we are left of positive
for the 3 million.
No,
for the 3 million.
You want Joe, we are left negative where?
Negative for the 3 million you left in the coffers.
That's why I don't do that. Don't do that. The reserve that Joe, we are left.
Because you earn some of that money. You earn some.
What Ellen left in it? What Ellen? What
I'm telling you, you earn some of that money. I saw you that guy was coming. You were in. They hire you in. How they call the place there? Hey man, how they call the place? No, in the plane now. I couldn't see my brother. I saw him, Papa. He called the way you were looking brand new. The money was shining on your body. They go bring fake talent shit, lying to the president. Say the man won. So the man was there. I said, my cousin Tomalin job. You see Tomalin job? My somebody. Tomalin job. They eat that money. I was looking at him. In fact, he told me, if I tell you, you want to eat something yet? You want? I said, Tomalin.
Numbers don't lie, Fatima. Where we are left in a reserve was more than what he made there.
Look at you.
Fatima,
look at you. Negative for the 3 million. You know what? You're not arguing. Now why you keep
Fatima, there can be no negative for the 3 million.
Peabody inside the team. Even that or Peabody. Yeah? Even that or Peabody. All of your area money.
You myself want the same thing to get up. And you myself want to you want to eat business class? And you want to eat business class in Brussels? You saw me now?
Look at him. And now you want if you have somebody who are not in business.
You want to eat business class in Brussels?
The police say they have problem. Can't see them rushing with their perks to go jump on other plane. They left us in Brussels. These two people.
You must come out there selling in line to get ticket. You better stop.
You left me in Brussels. Don't
I left you, brother. We went all the way to that place. All 5 to go eat.
I went London. Y'all went Brussels.
Somebody not talking about put your ear for yourself.
No, but they say some people
there that when you win the election, you're going to get like 50,000. When they went out flash show, the man lost the election, make it.
The fact numbers don't lie. Just we have left more money in the reserve.
I can lie. Me, I'm mostly guy. I can lie.
She's switching. Put it right by the arm.
But let me say something, right? Politics is not. I tell you, you don't take it too personal.
Come on, then.
Look, they put out your project for me behind the scene. Me behind the scene is different. It's different. Don't take it personal.
My brother, me, they can
cost you. Personal because real life is different. When I'm real life is different. You all believe it's a different game.
But some of the posts that are causing here that are fake pages. You're not even using that.
I know about that.
If you look at the page, then you will check get back because people just
exactly.
But you know, for me, let me tell you something. Most of them, when they're insulting me, I understand their plight. You know, you take a bunch of young people who are not used to making their own money, you put it into power. And then when they're trying to balance, then you take the power away from them. I understand that plight. But most of them, all they're causing is because of the same love of Liberia. They all love Liberia for different reasons. We all love our country. So when people curse me, for me, it's never personal. When you talk to me, I talk to you. So maybe if I curse you, I curse you right back. But I'm first with you. You say whatever you want. It will not stop me from coming on a closing argument. Because pretty soon you will see me on LBS. I will have my own show. I'll be talking to the Liberian people about my own thing. So I beg you, my people.
I said, Fatima, that is
it was me, sir. Yeah.
Fatima, you gotta come back.
It's hurting situation too bad. They will say law is but honestly, everybody here talking, all announcers are talking, most of them, it's the same love. We all share love for Liberia. You will see Ghana men call me and cost me. From where? You will see Niger men call me and cost me. They will never do it. So my people are big, yo.
Fatima, it was great having you tonight, man. It was great having you tonight.
Yeah.
I think we're closing now. You got anything to share before you go? Fatima?
Yeah. First, I would just like to say we experienced one of the saddest things in America. My uncle, my beloved uncle, his name is Emmanuel Kwame Beatty. He was shot and killed by 18-year-old of the 18-year-old boy in North Carolina. In January, I was in Liberia, and the saddest part was he was calling me in Liberia. He was telling me, "Oh, Fatu, be careful in our country. You know how you're more sharp, how you're running around here with Joseph Boakai business. I'm so worried about you." He was so worried about me. And then I woke up one morning, I saw him. He was shot and killed in North Carolina. So that's one of the saddest things. My deepest condolences go to his wife, my beloved auntie Inie Nelson Beatty, and her children. I extend my deepest condolences to my mom, Yasa Mo. All of them were grieving because Uncle Emmanuel was such a phenomenal human being. He loved so deeply. I mean, we're just relatives from Rick's Institute, but we know us race people, our relationship business, we take it so seriously.
I forgot, on Rick's,
yeah. And so he passed away. So we are planning his funeral soon. So that's one of the saddest things that ever happened to me.
You'll be at the funeral, Fatima?
Yes, I will be there, God willing.
But you come out, go Liberia, come out for the funeral?
Now I'll be here for the funeral right after I'm going to Liberia.
Oh, okay.
So the second thing I would like to say is that, it's always a pleasure for Liberians to sit and talk about their nation. I usually don't get offended or upset. I just want people to understand that everybody has their opinion. They have their own opinion. And my opinion might not be fact to you because we are all emotionally driven. We're emotional beings. We are all emotionally driven because of our sides. My side, and I will tell you guys, is Joseph Boakai. He means well for Liberia. He is working diligently for the Liberian people. People might not see it because they don't support him, but I believe that when our Liberia economy and our country itself is built, all Liberians will unite because we want the same thing that everybody wants. We want a beautiful life, education. We want the little things that make life comfortable, clean water. We want safety, our country to be safe. We don't want people taking our things when we go to Liberia. We don't want to be smuggled or mocked in our own country. We want to live peacefully in our country. So I tell all Liberians, I understand why you're saying what you're saying. It's because we all love Liberia. We might express it differently. I believe that what all of you say here is true. If the presidents unite, our country look better. If Joseph Boakai and George Weah and former President Ellen Johnson said get together, it will make our country look unique. That our former presidents are still alive in Africa and they are doing well. So, Auntie C. So I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you. I appreciate all of you here for having me. Dr. Peabody know how I feel about him. I've been an admirer of him for a very long time. Tomalin has been my friend from way back. But the thing is, we all love Liberia, and we thank you all so much for having me tonight. And good night.
Let me say something before Fatima leaves, and to the audience, listen. This platform is for all of us, and we should encourage opposing views, right? And this is why we have Abu on, and it's great to have a different perspective on, right? So this is what it's about. We have these fierce but healthy conversations, and we move on as one people, and so we don't have to insult each other. I just wish that many of the folks in power right now understood that it didn't have to be insult, because Fatima and I would agree that George Weah insulted a lot, right? They insulted his mother, they insulted his father, they insulted his wife. They didn't play with him, they insulted him, right? But we can have our disagreements. We can talk about Liberia. And as we have these conversations, it should be borderline on facts. It should be borderline on not just on intentions, but actions, right? So that we are able to understand a clear path as to what is best for our country. So it's great to have you on. Don't let the people scare you away. They say you're tough, so come back again. Let's talk about Liberia. Let's talk about Joseph Boaga. Let's talk about the good and bad. Like I told someone today, we want to commend this government, but we need things to commend this government. We can't just sit on a platform and say, thank you, thank you, thank you. What are we thanking the government for? What are we applauding the government for? And you, as rightly stated, would agree that the last 12 months, nothing was achieved. Nothing was achieved. So we're hoping that something happens this year. All of the infrastructure development.
Nothing was achieved.
Abu, don't get me started. Absolutely nothing. We heard the president's speech, and Fatima agreed with that. So it was hole punching hole and nothing.
Not true. I can list a list of things that happened last year. Okay, not true. If you want me to, I can list it right now.
No, let's save another show.
I can just give you 2 or 3 real quick. Payroll audit. Payroll. There was over how many thousands and thousands of names that got off. Most names that got off the payroll. Number 2,
is that an achievement?
It's a major achievement. You know how many people it took out of poverty? The money going into
is it what?
Oh my God!
No,
I just went through number 1. I can show you all the major highways and byways right now are being revamped in Liberia, and new roads are being built currently as we speak. Okay, number 2. Number 3, the president just got incubators into all major hospitals right now for young babies that were dying. Number 4, right now at JFK, there is massive development going on into JFK, and new equipments are being bought for JFK. Have you been there recently? Number 5, I can tell you everything that's been
last time check, people have been dying because no bears, no bears, nothing.
And as you talk about
everything, that's what I'm telling you. Please go to Tom. When last you went to Liberia? I just came from there Wednesday. I visited JFK. I will upload all the videos and I will tag you to them. I specifically did
it. I will get 4 months in our administration.
I come and go back. I will see it.
All right, Fatima. You listen all those things, but there is a major news that is coming out soon about the road funds. Breaking news will soon come out.
No problem.
You hear it? It's coming up. But Fatima, it's so good to have you. Even. Can you let the football game? Can you left the game? You didn't call back since you left the game.
Who, me?
You. I'll catch you, Fatima.
All right,
guys. Fatima, it was good to see you. It was a great show. And
thank you. To the viewers, I still love y'all.
Your junior coming by to play that day, right?
Yes. I said, Emma. No, so let me tell you that one thing that happened. We were going to Liberia, so I told him, I said, Peabody, this is the second round. We went for the first one. He said, Fatu, the man will win it. The man will beat the papi. I said, not happening. He said, you will see. So the second round, we're going by again. I said, Peabody, this time it's a rap, or let's get it. He said, what are you getting? I said, we'll beat it. The papi will win it. The young boy. He said, I beg you, yeah. Fatu, he can't make it. So I was waiting for him after the announcement. At the airport, I went and jumped on him. I said, Peabody, what is this? He said, Fatu, I gotta give your one.
Man, I want to have video one more time. I can play here cause I when
one thing about him is to run out of force straight to Kuwait. He said, yeah, Fatu, your one, I will not laugh.
When I was saying the videos we can play.
Wow, what been a video for now?
The men are adding the CNN analysis or the cause I go work food. See that massive result. I see
on the train. You are making fun. Look at
Kev, I see what I say. As though we be on the market though. Oh my God.
Well, I will hope
you have a Kev as I see you're
not even sure when the election said. You're not sure.
You see that?
Oh, man. Sure. I was there when the court
Tomorrow we have war room. CDC have
war room. Come on, man.
I'm like election all night. Almost 2 years into it.
Let's say at Tomalin, you hear all day talking about. You see what happened? The bear consider you. Jonathan told him must. Jonathan said you are Africa's best. People respect you. Do the needful thing. We don't want any chaos in Liberia. Please. You have to call back.
Well, when it be up, when you're part of town, I'm gonna give it all like that.
Oh, we'll give it. When wait, look, just because it's a peaceful man. Look, for me, it's Liberia first. Liberia before anybody. Anybody would have wanted. We're going to be first. We're going to pack our tin there. We're going to move. But guess what? Liberia remains. But we won. At the end of the story, we won. But Peabody, man, somebody.
What is the problem?
I love my brother Abu.
That thing, your nice person, like bro. So I will complete real report doing analysis.
Oh my God, I love you guys so dearly.
All y'all are missing. I think Fatima was hiding that time. They're hiding. They know not to show. Hiding.
We knew it by the time. You know the biggest thing we did for the election was to send a helicopter to the southeast to minimize the steal. That was the victory. That was the victory. When we sent those people to the southeast.
Fatima, we're not even close.
Minimize that steal.
We are break the southeast. We're not even close.
That's why I say. Because we only have one person in each pool room. When the person go pee, what y'all doing? Y'all still feeling the thing. But the fact is that I didn't say we stopped the steal. No, we minimize the steal.
What's steal?
Minimize the steal.
There was no steal. If they were going to steal, that one I'm going.
Yes, sir. Is I put 1 quarter on the road. Y'all was stealing there.
Fatima, stop that kind of bluff, man. It wasn't until my big brother Amaracone came. It wasn't until Amaracone came in the runoff that he strengthened your strategy when it comes to pool watching. In the first round, you was completely dead. You had no idea what to do in those counties.
Now we are president today.
Second round, we're talking here. Second round,
now we are president today.
Wow.
No problem. Now what job we are president? We slow down the steal. That's the only way. Never one wipe the whole south.
We know.
I saw my brother Tomalin George with a Nike suit on, standing with fake talent sheet. Yeah, Tomalin, you're 10,000 for nothing.
He gave me $100
to the lounge show. He said, "Fatih, he wants something." I said, "Well," he said, "Hey, yeah, 100 for you." So at 9,000 now, he gave me 100.
But Peabody, why you are not talking in the war room right there? You are not talking in your salad. I said, we need too money cameras. You're not talking in the data room.
Everybody was talking. Come on.
I'm tired, brother. I talk.
Imagine Kev hasn't called it no more. What can they do? Kev hasn't called it. Yeah, man.
I take care for you, but you don't need
I think on that Wednesday, on that Thursday, cousin, on that Thursday, I think people started realizing that something was not too bad. I called him and said, "So you want it here?" He said, "Ma, I will get back to you."
But Tomalin, y'all please tell Abu he laughing too much tonight. Right?
It's sister, yeah.
Abu got hair tonight. You like that.
The man told my fire truck. Abu prison the man out. How you do it? Prison. Yeah. Man said, I don't want to call and say, why you gonna get one? I mean, what's that? I don't want to call. Why you get all food?
Why you call it? Somebody giving you good.
Yeah. Hey, why you giving
President, we are making your talking today. All we know, Joseph Bagana president. He wait for a full year.
The same that we all wrote, we could consider we congratulated him. We say
I have a picture that day when all the people were crying, Tomalin was sitting down there. His tear had to come down. Why our rebel? Not he won't force the cry. I say, hey Tomalin, I pick you, baby. Like your first.
But on a serious note, right? On a serious note, there are people in the city say believe that Togar is the president. Let my people you call the man president. He comes on the show. He say Joseph.
How about the CSA boss? He said when we are one, he said we are not my president. Then, I mean, you gotta Abu.
Individuals are different now.
The CSA boss Joseph Juka, he said we are not my president. The pocket my president. We are one though.
Tomalin. So because Josiah did it, so Carrasco should do it.
Carrasco call the man president. Why is it?
No, Carrasco can say the man say Joseph Baga. The man say Joseph Baga.
Who cares?
My brother, don't do that. He has always referred to the president as President Bouaka. Don't do that.
No.
I'm a biological.
So when he was on the show, you didn't hear him refer to the president as president?
He said Mr. Bouaka. How you can call him? But it doesn't matter to me. Those don't matter. Joseph Bouaka remains your president for the next 5 years. Why are you calling Mr. Bouaka?
Yeah, but your current, but Fatima, it's okay. And that's part because your current information.
Talking again, yeah.
The current information minister said no. That's the information minister. What's his name?
Carrasco have a packet car along the road for President Bouaka to pack. We ain't get on the road. So you don't have I come in, bro. I'm saying
Jack, I gotta go. You know, I got people to talk to. I gotta make some heavy phone calls. So
the good thing is when President Bouaka is passing, Carrasco is compared to park along the road. To park off the road so that President Bouaka will pass when he gets on the road.
President Bouaka was prepared to park off the road and president without a president. No more thing.
That was 10 now. We're talking about now.
I want the other one say I in love for President. My nephew pal.
Fatima, before you leave, Fatima, who is opponent in my election?
You want to choose?
Who's opponent in my election?
Who have Fatima support?
Wait, Peabody, who am I supporting?
Yeah, who is supporting in my election? The by-election.
Who are you supporting?
I decided to be mute on that, but I'm supporting someone.
I know who's supporting. I ain't gotta say. I ain't saying it yet.
For me, I don't want the guy to be elected. Togar.
Your business.
I don't want him to be elected.
Your business.
Are we not endorsing? Fatima, don't endorsing you.
I'm endorsing Samuel Koga.
100% endorsement.
I am endorsing Samuel G. Garguah.
That's my business and leave. 100%.
I mean, winning the election.
I Joseph Bouaka go and Jeremiah Kwankun I play going.
Jeremiah opponent Koga do.
Anyway, Joseph Bouaka and Jeremiah Kwankun go I play going. And my superintendent I play going.
I say, hey, my sister, hey, politics as on the
so I ain't there for you.
Honestly, Fatima, Koga will not win.
Now your business. Let's see.
How you see that? The election is on the 22nd of
You got 3%. You got 4% money in a Guar belt. I think they will share the votes.
You're opening studio again for that election.
Somebody said, listen to one other one say, the other boy know me, I can get boyfriend. She's supporting her boyfriend, Samuel Koga. I think I can get boyfriend. Samuel Koga want me, but I can't marry me that boyfriend business. And you know about me, I can love. You stupid. That Tomalin there, what it made me
wasting your time.
We need to get up because he wanted to love. I can't love. I can't
you talk too much. I call you crap on you. I think talking here.
Is it Prophet Key Ronnie?
Thank you for me.
Tell them. I wish y'all giving it to that pizza. I swear, man.
But you hungry people come here, they eat that someone buying a dollar card. You giving somebody talk.
They're quite to cost more. Tell me, I know that 1 million
the problem, I will say this though. The years I've been in Liberian politics, I realized that don't waste your time costing for somebody. Look, because when they put a million person, it's different.
And Peabody, Tomalin, Liberia is a melting pot.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? When you go to Liberia, yes. Like when you go to Liberia, one of your family members intermarried to this other person, your family. So all the things that can be costing people, it's just foolish.
Nonsense. He kept talking nonsense. Kev. He's talking nonsense. You know,
oh yes, Kev, you didn't know that? He kept on me and Tommy. Tommy said, "Fatu, I lay up in a power. I want you to be my Jew." I said, "Tommy, let marry." He said, I said, "I can't love you." I said, "I can't love you." Nobody.
One guy, I think Maurice.
You say your cousin is what?
Eh? Yeah, you were my cousin now. You are with my cousin. You're my cousin. My cousin said no. I told her, I said, "Oh, you know your man wanted me before, but
that's how you talking about Fatima.
The show is over. The show is over.
JMB is the place to be. Our president, our vice president. Please, Liberian people, we're going to support them. They're going to make a difference in our country. Liberia is going to get better. Liberia is going to rise again. JMB and JKK, we move. Period. Point blank.
Fatima, we're giving you this year, 2025. Look, you just made it on the show tonight that you're paying for the machine. That machine where?
What machine?
Which
machine?
The 200 machine you have in the country.
Oh, she didn't see that.
I said our machine was in a budget. But yeah, our machine coming.
But the president said that.
Somebody was saying to grandpa, you must send it back. Yeah.
I mean, I wanted to, but for me, I want to go for the country. I don't care for that, but I want the country to develop. Look, I want somebody who want the country to fail. If you're not investing in Liberia, you invest in Liberia to succeed. But all I'm saying that, but it made the fact that it was lies that you used to win election and to govern.
Please give me some of the lies.
Okay.
Give me one.
Firstly, they said we are using private jet. They're using private jet today. Number one. You agree with that one? You say we were putting people, easing people there, which are not true. But today, the offense in the government in multiple, in almost everywhere. Number one.
Somebody don't also forget to say it.
Wait, you know what? Intellectual discourse is organized in a way where
you also said
they're playing and you debunk it.
You also said that. You also said, oh, but they were taking money from finance to carry on the NSA. But today it's not happening again. Money from finance on the NSA. Now, look at the tenure position. They accused the governor, they suspended him, say the governors were involved in corruption, whatever the case. What he did every day. You pay the man $250,000 million for what? And you put a new governor again. It makes no sense. Look at Noka. Noka, in as much as I support what the president did to the Noka boss, but she's not alone. What happened with Zango? Zango signed a document. Why is cherry picking? All of them are involved. The Boga Jariba, Zango, and what guy all involved, right? Why only the suspending? You all should go. There are other audits that have been done too. President have blind eye to it.
Not true. The orders have not been completed. We are going all the way back to 6 years from the beginning. Not true. Not true. All the orders that were done just 1 year, 2 years, we're going all the way back. The mistakes that we see in the first 2 years, we know that there is more. Look, Tomalin, you want to be an insider. You are an insider in Georgia government, and you fail him massively. You eat at $10,000 and you did not eat $10,000 on black. You lied to him that you were winning election, you didn't win. First and foremost, it was not a hidden secret that everybody in the government was from the southeast. And the saddest thing is they never built the southeast corridor. All the money they say they have, all of them were from there. None of them built the southeast corridor. Number two, we said Garguah were having private jet. Garguah on a private jet. It sits in the terminal in Liberia. Private jet. Joseph Boakai has been, I will not even make up anything. Joseph Boakai has been using private jet only when he has to go to an emergency meeting and there are no flights on the weekend. You know that.
Exactly.
You
got too much traffic.
We don't have a private jet. Wait, let me tell you, we do not have a private jet sitting down waiting for at the beck and call of our president every time he leaves. You know that's not true.
You got traffic. You got traffic.
I want to say something, right? Let me say something.
Liberian people.
The man friends, the man. What? Today, Garguah went to the Congo, and I friends and play for him.
We're not talking about today. He going to the. I said, Liberia. There is a difference. Talk about the difference. Somebody, I know you ate at 10,000, you won't defend it, but let me explain to you. Somebody, right now in Liberia, you do not see any private jet sitting down there waiting. No, it does not wait for Joseph Boakai. Joseph Boakai have used private jets 3 times in his government since he been going back and forth. Why? Because it was weekend flight, and those flights do not go there. And guess what? Most of the times, his counterpart send the jet to pick him up. Not that he paying for it. You know that. You have not seen any money to show Joseph Boakai pay for the flight to go on. Not all the time.
Nothing free.
Okay,
No, they put,
okay, you say nothing free, but I want to tell you. And the other, what other one you say about the private jet, just debunk you. The private jet was in what place? The it was sitting down there. Listen to me now. It was sitting down there being fueled, managed, kept by the Liberian people. So, yes, please say the truth. The second thing, the entire government of Garguah, almost 85% was Southeastern. And guess what? Not even one black. They didn't make one role in the Southeast. For their own election, they had to go through Africans to come to the South. Am I lying? So please, save me the drama. We all in the team, you're educated all. You're allowed to that man, you eat a 10,000, you give him $100.
We are not witnessing the ministerial debt of auditors.
No auditors dying. And they're not doing
okay. Now you're in power now. So why you're saying what ministerial now? Why you're in power now? Why you can prosecute the case?
That feeling with all the corruption issue. In the corruption you say you want. One feeling will go to that one.
Joe, Fatima, you know the man good. Joe, that's my even care of flour. You know that one good.
Oh, Garguah, okay, let me tell you something. I do not believe that Garguah killed anybody.
Exactly.
The statement that Garguah made after those people, look, a loss of any human life is devastating to the families. Garguah said that people are doing man and woman business. Okay? That was implicit. You will not hear it. You can't hear it. I agree. No problem.
But you know all that time. Yeah, man, I say Garguah involved killing him. All the time is right there. I beg him. What Garguah? I beg Garguah. Somebody that UK flash. Tomalin
defend at 10,000. Me, you know 10,000 for Joseph.
That's not money for Tima.
Going to Liberia. No, he promised to give you 50, but he lose the election, so that 10,000 give it to you. But the thing about it is me. I will tell you when I'm going to Liberia, I can charge my credit card. I pay. I got my MX. You want to see it? I can show it to you. I the one I can charge you.
I'm enjoying the government.
I got my MS. I charge you one.
I'm enjoying the government.
I enjoy the government. No, that's all the thing.
I say my master on Maui for and my.
You let to bring that man in your topic.
I'm going to get how Maba and then
But Tomalin, you know how much I feel about you. Thank you for being my brother over these years. I appreciate you. Thank you for having me. I told you whenever you need me to be here, I will be. But I was going to go back in 8 weeks, but because of the situation with today, I think I'm going to go back in 4 weeks. Yeah, so I'm just begging the kids to come back home and be here because I don't want to sell my house. I really don't want to. So
your letter is a good letter. Good letter there. That's a powerful letter. Tomorrow, that's a powerful letter.
Thank you. Thank you.
I can't let that many people receive that kind of a letter. So
Joseph was like my father. I love that man deeply, and he loves me back. But I thank you guys for having me. Even the people that are costing me, y'all, thank you. All of you care about Liberia. That's why you're talking like that. And I was that woman when she said, Fatima Bintu said you can laugh for living. What other one are looking? Get a bleaching agent. She said, Fatima Bintu, you can laugh for living. I agree, Mama. I scared of you. Why can you laugh for? But yeah,
good talk. How much time they want to stand on to ain't to give money or then you said I think I really care for that when people accuse me. He said he was serious. Yeah. Ain't worry about that brother too. Not me, swallow.
But some people can take it.
You take it too personal.
Yeah. You that one they're costing me or that one that you are talking about just easy. Somebody you're taking this accusation for granted now. When people start they
accused Kev. And that day, the guy that playing that day with one spoon. And many Becker, he went on the show. Thank Kev thought you say,
I will not call
I got evidence. You pay $20,000 a month, and I'll just only make up. And I just talk on Kev.
No, but good thing up, Tomalin, your name, all of you who were here, your name them will move, all your ghost name them from the payroll. You will not be there no more. Everything, all of your name there that were on the payroll, we taking it off. When we call you, that class will Fatima Bintu say present, you're not present, we're moving it.
You see, they do it again. They put in there too now. They put it in there.
What are people put in there?
Come on, they do the paper. They put the paper.
I'll be working for Umpa.
So your boys are on campus or what? They're all on campus?
You know, one of them was, remember, they all graduated. My children graduated college. But my son, the one that plays sports is back here now. He's with his fiancée, thinking about getting married. He looks so good. I saw the ball, big muscle. Then you see him. He posted me today. I wanted to chat when he was in college. One picture he posted me today. That was so sweet. He said, the only woman that I love, somebody I got to shake. He said, the only woman that I love the most, my mother.
They're not going to Liberia?
Well, they've been to Liberia only once because remember they were born here.
Yeah.
They've been to Liberia once, but I'm telling them I want to go back to Liberia. They're like, So I want them to come stay in the house. You know, they all have their own lives, and I don't know why I bought these U-shells. They have their own lives, but God willing. Like my mom, yes, I got a way of convincing them. She'll convince them to come home.
Yes, I move.
Yeah. My mama.
Yes, on race for you too, right?
I'm gonna play my hair. Yes, sir. Yes, but other than that,
your whole group. Jennifer, Laifa, Madie, the late Jenna, and Jonathan.
You remember? We're people that keep friends. Our friends from the time we were little kids, we've been friends and we're still friends. You know, from J.J. Roberts time to Rick's Institute, then we graduated at CWA, then we came to America and went to college. So we've always been friends. We've always kept friends.
So I hope you're all on Rick's in the same era together there.
Yeah. But Yasa was like seniors, and I was in like 9th grade. Jonathan were in like 10th grade. Then Jonathan managed to become senior, and we were juniors. That's how it is.
My sister was on Rick's too, but she graduated coming in. Patience George.
Oh, okay.
There were 3 girls that graduated. There were Patience, Boston, and Stanley. 85, class of 85, yeah. I attended that graduation, yeah.
Hey, I look at my phone song. You see him?
Let me see.
He went to the Eagle. No, that baby boy, yo.
All right.
Was at the Eagle game. Yeah, that's my baby son. Abraham. That's my, I don't know, you can see him good. Him and his fiance and her people. That's my baby son. You see one black face inside there. I swear, man.
Wow.
That's my baby boy. I love him so dearly. That's my last baby. But anyway, I got 3, but I adopted my nephew, so I got 4 children. My nephew was really young when he lost his mother, so I raised him. He's now 26 years old. I took him when he was 7. So Hassan is my other son. I have 3 boys and 1 girl.
Oh, you get if I got into the ball?
No, I knew his name is Al Hassan Warite. Already, if I can full of gas.
Oh yeah. You know the Bernard?
Of course, Bernard is my first cousin. You don't know?
He in Liberia?
I think he's in Liberia. Yes, I think he's in Liberia. He used to be. They were on parachute in Sinker. Yeah, I think he's in Liberia. That's my cousin, my first cousin. Yeah. So anyway, boy, I gotta go. I got things to do, places to be, people to see. I gotta go. All right. Good night.
Reconsider endorsement. Reconsider endorsement.
No, I cannot. I'm gonna support Togar.
Don't support Togar.
I'm gonna endorse him.
You endorse him?
He's the best for the job. My president endorsed him, and my vice president and my superintendent.
So Boga endorsed him too? President Boga endorsed him? Kundu?
So
we see we are candidates. Ain't see him bang on me the guy.
Okay. But thank you. I mean, I just feel like he's a standoffish guy. And I like people who stand for
but the reality is that they be frank. Even Piaggio endorsing. Piaggio are cool. Problem.
That's not true. That's his nephew though. He endorsed him for the they were not cool before, but when the senatorial election came, he did endorse him for that election. He went to his office and prayed for you. I was saying the video.
Yeah, he told me. Piaggio told me that one. But he didn't campaign for the guy. He endorsed, but he didn't campaign.
All I'm saying is that stay away from Nima politics, and I will stay away from there. All I know is that wherever my papa go and my VP go, and my superintendent go, that where I go. That all I got to do. I got I'm here to support women power, man. You know me now. My boy Patricia must support my endorse perfect.
Also, you're supporting perfect too?
That one boy Patricia in it. Woman endorse the prophet. Not a prophet there. All right, Tomalin, I'm begging you, leave me, man. I gotta go. My people, yeah, thank you for the good time. God bless all of you. Okay, yeah, thank you for having me on your network. God bless you. God keep you. Let me go relax myself, take a nice hot shower, and go to bed. Thank you for having me. And all of you that cost me here today, you know. You need to respect women, and the women are the worst. When the men be cussing me, they first. But women, y'all cause your own friend woman, y'all got no home training. But anyway, it's somewhere. Yeah, that's how you are. But Tomalin, you know how I feel about you, boo boo. Shout out to you. Thank you for having me. Good night. No all right, my love. Bye bye.
Yeah. Okay, people. It's time to go. What about you, say? What I can say before I leave, look, Liberian politics, my advice to everybody, you don't take it personal, don't take it serious. You're wasting your time. The people you're causing for, when they put meeting person, you don't believe it. You say, the men were talking about that. I'm seeing it when they put meet in person, when you're behind the scene. see them hawking and laughing, joking. You don't take it too serious. You don't take it personal. You take it, you everybody your bridges because they're high looking. So, and don't take Liberian politics serious. Don't create enemies for yourself. You know, you support somebody, yeah, support them based on principles and so, but don't take to the extent where you want to take it serious and insulting. No, don't do that. Yeah, you don't do that. You don't believe it. Politics, it ain't that serious. I say, ain't that serious. It ain't that serious. It ain't that serious. Get your cause Abu. I will tell you, Abu is he's a religious UP member. And I know Abu long time. Go Liberia, Abu we hang up long time before Boga became president. We hang up and all. But you're a respectful young man, very respectful. You know, Abu know I will not support the UP. I stand, he knows that. But I don't make our friendship with sport, no. You know, I got friends in the government, friends in the opposition, everywhere. But don't take it personal. Don't go to that extent where you're taking it personal. You're taking it like insulting. Then when you insult now, the day all of y'all meet somewhere, the person insulting the person for, you say the person embracing, you say, you be shocked. Then you look. Oh, you should share. You look up in the everything. Hey man, y'all don't take it serious, big y'all. Don't take it serious. It doesn't matter. Don't take it serious. You're wasting your time. People that will be friends. But let me recognize some people. I know they're watching the show. On Saturday, I was in Rhode Island. I want to recognize. I met this lady. What?
Marty Powell, WhatsApp audio.
I'll call you back on the show. I'll call you back. On the show live. I'll call you back. Okay. Yes, on Saturday, I was in Rhode Island. I went to a funeral, and I met this lady and her daughter-in-law. Because her son is married to this lady. They follow our show regularly. Siata Tengbe Johnny and Mrs. Fatima Johnny. Mrs. Fatima Johnny, her husband is one of the senior advisors to President Boyka, and her son is married to Siata. I met them at the repast, and the woman said, "Don't be giving my have a papi hata. You don't be criticizing the president too much." I said, "Okay." Well, I want to say thank you, Mrs. Johnny, for because I didn't go in the line for food. They brought my food to me to eat. I was filled, but they brought the food. I didn't stand in the line. I was standing in the long line to the repast. I didn't have to go there. Thanks to Siata, Tengbe Johnny, and her mother-in-law, Fatima Johnny. Thank you so much. That food, I ate it. Sunday morning, I ate that food. I was filled. When you go to funeral, the brain funeral especially, don't go hungry. While at the funeral, one of my friends saying, "We have to pick me up, cook a nice okra sauce." When I ate that okra sauce very well, got to the repast, they put on the line fighting for food. I was very relaxing, chilling. I was locked. One thing I was frustrated all weekend, my cell phone. My cell phone got misplaced. I had no, oh my God. Cell phone, you get your cell phone, just like you, something happened to you. I was so frustrated. Imagine Friday, Saturday, Sunday night before I got my phone. I think it's painful. It's painful, but my last advice again, do not take Liberian politics serious. Don't take it personal. Don't go to the extent that you're insulting somebody for another person. Don't do that. When people meet in person, behind the scene, it's different. It's different. Then for instance, some people that supported the rescue team, so people then they cost some of us. But some people in the rescue team in a high position will not meet them. They ain't even meet them. But you cussing, say, yeah. You never see me get that extent where I'll go and insult someone. No. I will criticize you, but to go to the extent and take it personal and insult you, I won't do that. I was raised well. I was raised well, not to insult people, but some people go to the extent where they will insult, take it personal. No, you don't do that. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. When the people when they get ready to make up, you won't be around. Don't take it personal. Don't take it personal. You know, right now it's 2025, 2026 coming. The year will pass. Politics will start 2026 any. ALC Mr. Cummings, he break his silence. I think on the 12th he breaking his silence, having a press conference, a press with everybody, meeting everybody. It'll be a time that he'll meet the press. Yes, the Cummings, he will decide, but the people will know what will happen forward, whether he will run or not. Will know. That's what they were the party. What the weekend they came back together, right? They say they made peace to come back together. The other party have been one of the most organized parties in the past, but they just don't have that luck to win election. I don't know why. They always come in tear. They always come tear. I think a year that I was in 2011. I think PYJ came third. Yeah. What I want to say? Traditionally, it is wrong to take food from a funeral home. Very candid, where we got taking from a funeral home. No, Quito Lawrence Solonte. Crazy is not insult, but some people take it personal. I read comments there a lot. You call somebody crazy, not insult, but some people take it so personal. And the problem I got, you can't take it personal. Don't do that to people. You know, don't go to that extent. Yeah, just don't. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it to insult somebody for another person. It ain't worth it though. Trust me, it ain't worth it. You know, that's why I can't go anywhere, beat anybody, because you was an older man insult me. They man rude to me. No, I don't go to that extent. I can criticize you. If you insult me, I'll block you. I go in your bars and curse you and block you because you have what you insulted me for. I'm done with you. You know, but to come and you got disagree with you or your candidate, I will insult that person. I don't do it. That's why I would never be to say, when I meet a person, you met a person. They won't say money or cussing a man or cussing a woman, no, because I don't do it. I'm free. I can move anywhere freely. I'm free. And I thought the people on all sides of the political divide. Opposition, no position, imposition, I thought of that. That's how you do it. You know? But yeah, I know people because why? You know why? I respect people. I respect your views. I tolerate people. I won't insult you. I don't take it personal. No, I don't take it personal, but some people take it personal. And it's wrong. Don't do it. It's not a good thing. Don't do it. Adeo Kamara, I know what I want. I'm tired. I've been to funerals the last 3 weekends. Funeral. The weekend back, I'm going to funeral. I'm going to my friend's funeral in Minnesota. I can't go. I don't think I can make it. From New York. The other one was, just like that. New York, Rhode Island. In fact, Rhode Island 2 times. I've been to Rhode Island twice this year already for funeral. I told him yesterday, I said, I'm coming back here for her funeral, but you're cut it off now. Funeral, just stop dying. Stop dying. I'm done with funeral business. Yeah, I'm tired. And nowadays, at the funeral now, I notice people don't cry much at funerals again though. What they can do, they will just after they come from the grave, they will turn the whole thing into complete celebration. Then on Sunday they have funeral cook and all now. Yeah. People don't cry much nowadays. People accept death now, you know. You got one. You want Iso. If I want Iso, I will not waste that. I beg you. Yeah, I can criticize anybody because my parent in the pocket. So I call you no soup, boy, more than pound bottle. You wasting your time. Iso. I hope you know what you're talking. Yeah, probably your guy. All the poor, yeah, be using y'all be talking that way though. Use your good. The poor Gina Iso. I put that with yeah, use your and make fun of your whole day. I beg you, yeah. Iso. Abu I see it, yeah, but Abu that made you strong, yeah. Melvin Coro, I know friend you man. What happened to him? From Haber. Oh. No friend from Haber. You know, not other ones what he said. It made sense. Tomalin, traditionally it's wrong to take food from a funeral to your home for eating. Man, I beg you, man. The place I was starting in my home, the hotel in my home, probably can't wait, man. And I will full. I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna greet it. Okay, all kind of tradition. What's that? You can't take food from the funeral to your home. What we eat it? What happened? Are everybody eating? Man, come on, man, brother. Come on, Patrick. Musa from his party, CMC. Yeah, they got it. This story got to follow you. They say, in a surprising announcement, the Trump administration declared the cancellation of a $17 million USAID sponsored project for Liberia, a project originally intended to provide tax policy advice to the Liberian government. Tech billionaire Elon Musk broke the news on his social media platform X, formerly Twitter. Among many other things, Adore today canceled a $70 million project to promote tax policy advice to Liberia. Musk wrote, "Why would anyone think that is a good use of your tax money?" And this Musk guy, he's also African. He came here during the apartheid regime, and now he's telling the Afrikaner, how do you call it? Is Afrikaners. The people from South Africa, they're telling them to come down to America as refugee. Patrick, women, traditional thing. You have traditional thing to Mweba. Patrick will eat funeral food. Let me die. Come on, eat funeral food. You got to eat funeral food, bring it there. Funny, you know how many years I just see my parents then bring food from funeral to the house back in the days. Come on. No, Togar, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go, man. Yeah, so Emmanuel Bro, he's a funeral specialist. Yeah. My boy, people that have been losing, the people that have been dying are friends, close people of mine, man. But it's not easy. Sometimes you don't know, brother. And just my late father. Not that we funeral people, but there are times you gotta go, you know. No woman show, man. I can't go. Ben Sanvee on a dinner with that one way. What a man behind the funeral food been there. He said, "You can eat the food there, but not to bring it home for eating, brother." My man, my home that in Pennsylvania, I ate the food. I took the food to the hotel to eat in the Sunday morning. I ate it. And my home there, Yeah, big. Never eat off. Imagine man eat funeral food. I want to take it to my house to eat. So when either way, what happened? You die? Please, man. Please, man. Please. So that area, my people. That bro, I tell you again, don't tell that bro being serious. Is it a cause calamity? Man, is it other for Nima? I'm for Nima. Project Canada, I'm for Nima. Iman, my culture, Iman, I want to say we don't have problem with that. My dad from Riverside, my mother from Basso. I was born and raised in Magibi. I identify with Magibi. We don't have problem with that thing. I don't want put your guys out again. Really attend funeral to cheat your money. Abu, no problem. I love funeral. I love to go to identify with the dead. I'm gonna put a die, but I gotta identify the people. But I got writing. Be a funeral food bene. Since you blame it, don't do it again, brother. Look at it. Amen. Padre, I don't take food on funeral. I carry home. I eat it. If I go to stamp, I eat that food. I take it to the place, stop and I eat it. My man. So Abu, when you die, when I come to your funeral, so then you say, I'll go inside and 10 funeral too much. I'm poor, see you.